The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
Sang raja dari segala raja akan mencoba untuk mendapatkan title internasional pertama mereka hari ini.
Dan sang Raja Langit sudah siap untuk menunggu lawan mereka di atas kejayaannya.
Apakah The Kings of Kings akan mengangkat piala yang ada di atas sana?
Atau Sky Kings yang masih akan berkuasa di atas langit?
Ini adalah Grand Final dari SPS Mobile Masters 2025.
Dan kita akan menyaksikan perjalanan mereka di SPS Mobile Masters.
Dia berhasil kill the Lord. Papa, apa sih Papa? I'm good.
Heartbroken, never stop spoken, carrying the burden out loud. Awake can never be taken, carrying the burden out loud. Holding up your head all proud, 'cause you know you made your very own vow.
Selamat datang, welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Masters 2025 Tenis Indoor Senayan. Mana suaranya? Amazing! Dan masih bersama dengan Monica Ko dan tentunya ada Rose di sini. Dan kita telah melewati 3 hari. Ini hari ketiga babak playoff dan kita sudah berada di Grand Final. Dari group stage 12 tim, kemudian babak playoff 6 tim. Dan kini tersisa 2 tim, Rose. Yes, indeed, Monica, it has been an intense week for all the participants of the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Masters. However, today we will be crowning a new champion. Will it be the super family hailing from the Philippines, or will Indonesia's finest royalty, the King of Kings, RRQ Hoshi, take this one? Yes, dan tentunya ini adalah pertandingan antara dua region. Bukan hanya mewakili tim mereka saja, tetapi ini mewakili region Philippines dan juga Indonesia. Ini adalah pertarungan dari antara sang raja dan tentunya yang memegang World Championship saat ini ada Onyx Philippines. Yes, indeed, Monica. I honestly cannot wait to start our day. So, how about we give you all a little refresher on the journey of all these two teams and how they got to the grand finale.
Our time is now.
Welcome back to Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Masters 2025.
Name your poison.
Today we will be witnessing the semi-finals matchup, where it's actually the best of the Filipino teams and the best of the Indonesian teams.
The champions of the world, Onyx PH against Team Falcon.
SOD thrown at the fight. Will be able to connect on the Super Prince right now. It's asking me the Lantern Flare from Few. Crimson Beacon is Calteezy was able to steal it out, but it's a mind force from Kelra. But hold up. 5-man diversion. No, 4-man. They're going to come in all the way. What a taunt from Brusco. Super Marco down. Flapteezy as well. 2 members down. It's a mind force coming down as well. Now Flapteezy shredded again. Super Marco disintegrated by King Kong.
From Witty, looking to take down Dire. The rest of the kingdom crashing through from seemingly out of nowhere. Crimson Flare coming through 4 rims in the ground, the base. The winner crowned by Dire. By the time the Haskell falls, it's just Fabian and Shiki left to defend. RQ Hoshi at the cusp of eliminating Team Liquid ID. They're going straight to the grand finals.
Welcome everybody, the Snapdragon Pro Series is here today. Mobile Masters will now find a singular champion. Somebody to be truly crowned a master of their craft. My name is Gideon Q, and of course, this is LaFell. Some may say we're gonna be the masters of your screen, but we got 2 other professionals here with us to keep you guys entertained. It's Leo, and as well as Mirko. Boys, it has been a long 6 days worth of competition. The Masters are here, and honestly, I don't know who's gonna take it away. You feeling Onyx? You feeling RRQ? Because they're gonna be playing for 80,000 USD as their prize pool, a takeaway prize for the Mobile Masters.
Dude, what would you do with $80,000?
Isn't that the question?
With $80,000, I would go to Japan.
Okay.
And I would actually meet Eiichiro Oda just to have lunch with him and just try and be like, yo, what's the One Piece? He gonna hustle a lot out of me, but I trust me, 80,000 worth it.
Is it worth it?
Worth it.
He'd be like, it's $100,000.
And I'd be like,
you're missing it. You're short 20.
Give me that Mobile Masters, man.
Give me that Mobile Masters, baby. Let's look at the bracket in case you guys have not been tuning in for the playoffs and have been looking forward to this grand finals ever since. From day number 1 of playoffs, we already saw BTR and as well as Onyx drop out of the competition as Falcon's Teal ID moved on. But we thought that maybe that was going to be enough, but our upper bracket superstars in Onyx PH as well as RRQ continue to show why they are a cut above the rest. This is the grand finals we were all looking forward to. The champions of Group B and the champions of Group A sitting neck and neck for that 80,000 USD prize.
Who are we to question destiny? We saw 3-1s all across the board since the playoffs started. And if today destiny says the status quo must be broken, then maybe we finally see the kingdom take to the top.
I think we all already kind of know, right, who was going to be in the grand finals all the way from the group stages. Their performances have shown that they have been a level ahead of everyone else. I think it's more surprising to me that Falcons and Liquid were able to get games off of Onyx Philippines and RRQ, because now it kind of shows that both have bled. It's not a perfect run anymore for both these teams.
Hey, honestly, the fact that both series ended in a 3-1 scoreline already goes to show how much do they really bleed if it's just just, you know, just the flesh wound, just the surface. With that being said, let us look at what the meta has been looking like here at the Mobile Masters. So far, the biggest winners right now and maintains one of the highest win rates so far, it's going to be Loyi. Highly picked, highly banned when available, 77% win rate.
I feel like out of all of this, the one that really stands out is actually Lucas, because out of all these picks, Lucas is one of those that, even though it's open, you don't always pick it up, but when you do, dude, you win, right? Like, you can say about Louis. Louis is always bad. Hilda, everyone picks it up. Harif is open, you pick it up, but Lucas is the one, like, people are still sleeping on it.
If you got one, I got two. These teams look at the top and the bottom of this list with very different kinds of eyes. Number one, Lo Yi, 100% on Super Friends. So Onyx PH will never ever ban Lo Yi. Down to the bottom, Sicilian, that is Rin's #1 hero right now. So both RQ and Onyx are looking at it saying, you know what I mean? You know what I mean?
I think a bit of salt poppy.
I mean, looking at both these teams, I feel like at this point we're going to see so many contested picks because even for the Loyi, Rins has not lost on that pick too. Even though I will say Super Friends has been more creative on the Loyi, it doesn't mean that it could just be denied away. It doesn't need to be banned out.
Yeah.
Well, whether or not it's going to be banned out is going to be a different question. As these teams, I mean, they're at the top of their games, right? Let's look at the biggest losers here, and unfortunately, Glue has not been doing too good. 21%, 14 picks, 21% win rate. I mean, he was supposed to be the guy who handles like a majority of the tanks in that lane itself.
I feel like it's surprising to see Glue, but it's also surprising to see Moskov, because Moskov is one of the top marksmen. Although, like, I feel like if we really look at the draft, you pick up Moskov because there's nothing else. Like, the opponent already pick up a Granger or a Harp, and then you have to go for a Moskov. And I kind of feel like Moskov is one of those heroes where a lot of things have to go right, or the player just has to 1v9.
You have to be cracked. You have to be really good on the Moskov. I agree. I feel like, again, this has been the case for Moskov for a long time, right? I mean, when you see good Moskovs, you see the innocent play, you see the Eman plays come out, and then when you don't, it just feels so underwhelming. Like, you get these SODs, but you have zero impact in the game, and I feel like it's just because you get your item power spike so late, and it's not even that big force of, all right, we're gonna win straight up as you get the item power spike. Unlike a Harith, unlike a Granger, they get the item power spike, and you know that you're in for a lot of trouble.
I think we're seeing just a lot of B-tier picks, especially since the drafts have been so adamant on making sure that you have dominant laners, and more importantly, so you don't get the S-tier picks from the get-go, right? I mean, blue side and red side has always been that big topic as of right now. I don't know about you boys so far, but generally, I feel like red side feels a little better to play because you have access to blue yo bans, and even then, there's a bigger trade-off. Now, let's look at the Team KDA leaderboards, because right now, Onyx PH are sitting on the top with 6.87 KDA score. However, RRQ literally a 0.01 differential in KDA.
I just want to say, Husky made his punishment if Onyx Philippines loses is he's gonna push up as many deaths as Onyx Philippines have. 117 already. Husky, man, I think he was expecting like 50s.
The thing is, I'm following him.
Oh,
you're also doing it.
Hey, you know what? I gotta lose weight.
In solidarity.
At least you guys didn't pick Liquid, right? Because that 224.
Oh my goodness. Hey, at least you guys didn't do assist, because if we look at the highest assist, that's where things get a little spicy here. If we dude, Super Friends and Brusco alone having 146 and 137 is a big deal. Yehezkiel and Witty taking 159. Yehezkiel sitting at the top of the assist leaderboard, and Witty at 125. And then there's Inogasai. What's up, guys? 132.
That's why they call him the Ghost. He's everywhere. Which, again, is a shame that TLID are knocked out of contention here. But this at least shows that when MPLID does come and resume, this is a brand new TLID.
I agree. I think, you know, they've regained the confidence that they lost at the previous Snapdragon, because it just looks like all of them have been out of form. Now, getting a game of RRQ, that's something I didn't expect. I think they have improved a lot already.
But then again, there was that Ruby in the Rome area. I don't know whether or not they were just like, here's a, as LaFell put it, here's a B-tier draft. Let's see how much you can push us before we take you seriously.
And honestly, like, looking at that, we also have to talk about the players that will be playing today, right? Super Friends as well as Brusco. And I feel like, again, every single time I watch Onyx Philippines play, rarely do they lose. And I feel like those are the two players we have to watch.
I mean, let's look at the top place and see whether that coincides with some of these key players in this match, because I would only assume that we're going to see the best of the best here on Mobile Masters. No B-tier drafts, none of that nonsense. It's all about who can execute better. Sitting on top and to kick things off for us, we already have Aaron Ashiki making sure that he can do a lot of good work here. I mean, Onic as well. Super Prince has been doing so much for this team in so many ridiculous scenarios.
Yeah, I think the additional flair of Aaron Shiki right before going for the base, he recalled like 4 times before that. But Dyron, man, in Indonesia, we call him the half-purple man. It's because he's half Phoveus, man. This is the guy who you would want to get Phoveus on. And you definitely saw it there, man. Oh, my God.
I gotta say, if I'm going to be half anything, I feel like I want to be half Hylos. If you know, you know.
You want to be half horse?
I mean,
have you seen
think
his
about it.
abs, bro?
Oh.
He's got rows upon rows upon rows, like how many plays Super Friends keeps on having on this low E, and if not, put him on a Farsa, and he still does God's work.
And this here is a clip featuring Super Friends, if I'm not mistaken. Again, the magic of that low E. Expect that these kinds of plays will come out, except for, you know, the backdoor, because between Onic and RRQ, I don't think any of them will let anything like that come through.
I feel like between both teams, like we've seen RQ playing a bit more systematic, but I gotta say, Onic, they play off-tempo so well.
I mean, if we're talking about off-tempos, and more importantly, so holes in potentially in either one of these teams, we have to bring up the mercenary Sutsujin. The one match that I think stuck in everybody's minds between the RQ versus TLID matchup is, boy, this dude, Sutsujin out of game, he's just a good
Sweet
little boy. In-game, absolute Chad energy, unless you put him on the Fanny. Now, I don't know if you guys agree with this, but would you say that his Fanny overall was a little underwhelming?
Yeah, I think very underwhelming. I think for the longest time, though, Sutsujin has never really been a guy that we would think when we say Fanny. He's been a very calculated player. He does really well on the Lings even, but on the Fanny, that's more of a Hazel thing. And we have seen Hazel pick up the Fanny. Sutsujin, I agree, underwhelming, but it's also just because he's not known for that pick.
But right now we gotta talk about this, man. How outside of the game, you wouldn't really think like, oh, he's this amazing juggler, because he's just like an average dude. He's just like, answering interviews like, oh yeah, this is what I think, this is what they think.
Nice
All right,
guy.
thank you.
Nonchalant.
See you around. But then once he's in game, like he's such a different beast, man.
I mean, it's just like the way you look at him outside of the game, just a cute little boy, and then you hear him talk for the first time. It's like, oh my goodness, he is an absolute man. But speaking of yesterday, oh boy, oh can't wait for BO5s in the playoffs. I hope we get all 5 games, and man, oh, the count, he knows. You're only going up to 4. Both series yesterday only ending in a 3-1 victory for our top-seeded teams.
Oh,
And the night before, too.
Yeah.
So every single day of the
3-1.
playoffs, there's only been 4 games per series.
Yep.
Who's to say? Who's to say?
Yeah, I mean,
4 games. Are we at the limit here? We technically only need 4 games at the grand finals.
I mean, Count only has 4 fingers.
Minimum.
that's true. Count does
And
only
we-
have 4 fingers.
And we know Count is an amazing sound engineer. He's helped us so much.
He has.
Thank you, Count.
Thank you, Count.
Yes.
As a sound engineer, love you, my man.
Oh boy. Unfortunately, I don't think this is going to go 4 games. I really think that we could potentially see minimum 5 at the very least, and then afterwards we'll see how it goes.
I hope it goes all the way, though, right?
pray
This is
that it
the matchup
does.
that we've been waiting for all the way from the start. I think most people had Onic Philippines and RRQ as their top 2 teams, and I just want to see them. It's an in-form RRQ up against Onic Philippines, so technically aren't like in M6 form, but they are still in form. They regained their momentum from their very shaky start to the regular season in MPL Philippines.
Look, with that being said, follow us on social media for the latest and greatest at ESL MLBB on Instagram, on X, the Everything app, as well as Facebook. We got a bit of a special video already set up for you guys, so let's have a look at the special content.
yung feeling, nakaka-proud yung buong team, ganun. Kasi nagagawa naming maging consistent thanks coaching staff tsaka sa aming players, yun. Kasi kung may isa namang kulang dun, hindi namin ma-achieve na yung gantong way. Parang ang pinakamahalaga sa team is yung bond, yung tiwala sa isa't isa. Tapos kahit umabot sa punto na medyo struggling yung team, pa rin. Kumbaga all in pa rin, tiwala pa rin sa isa't isa.
Ya perasaannya senang lah kita bisa masuk grand final lagi. Tapi kita paling ya cuman senang doang. Secara pribadi ya momen kayak gini jarang dapat lah. Jadi gua bisa momen-momen kayak gini bisa diingat lah buat kedepannya.
Sa performance ng RQ, tingin ko parang sobrang laki ng in-improve nila ngayon eh. Kumbaga sobrang tibay nila sa sama-sama sa ube. Tapos weakness siguro pag dinadaan sila sa mga individual plays, yung hindi expected ganun, yung hindi sila ready.
Kayak mereka bisa pakai King Kongnya buat mungkin bikin space gitu buat teman-temannya. Terus juga di objektifnya mereka kuat lah. Mungkin kalau kelemahannya kalau Kelra nggak dapat game jadi susah mereka.
Oke, di tempat yang lain Kelra sendirian terlalu berani dan Kelra what happened?
Sa mga fans, gusto kong maalala nila is forever kaming grateful sa kanila sa lahat ng support na pinakita nila sa amin at pinaramdam. Isa sila sa mga motivation namin para galingan palalo at mag-improve palalo.
Kalau atau menang buat Kingdom tetap ingat kita juga roster baru semua gitu dari MDL juga. Jadi ya ini perjalanan yang bagus lah buat roster baru kayak kita.
Team Arkehoshi, good luck and let's have fun.
Buat Onyx PH kasih game yang seru nanti.
This is Onyx PH, the super family, with Kurt King Kong, Super Prince Brusco, and as well as Kelra, the World Championship lineup.
Honestly, watching that video gave us a lot of insight. Number one, it is something that we have to say that even King Kong himself is, I would say, proud that his team is consistent till today. Even though it's like, 4 months? But 4 months, honestly, in the MLBB scene is a very long time. But we also got to mention what Sisajin say in terms that King Kong creates so much space for the team, and Kelra, if he doesn't have a good game, then, Onyx might have problems.
Let's see what King Kong has to say with Rose with the interview up on stage with the man himself.
I really want to face Sutsujin because he's so strong and handsome.
Oke, jadi Rose bertanya, katanya kemarin kan udah bosan ketemu sama Liquid ID dan sekarang mereka bertemu dengan RRQ dan King Kong bilang katanya udah nggak sabar untuk ketemu sama Sutsujin di Land of Down.
And he said because Sutsujin is bagus dengan handsome. Okay, now King Kong, is there anything you want to say to RRQ Hoshi or any specific players?
For the whole RRQ, good luck and let's give the fans a very fun and wonderful match.
Oke, jadi minta tanggapannya untuk match Grand Final hari ini dan King Kong bilang good luck buat RRQ juga dan kasih yang terbaik, kasih match seru yang bisa ngehibur semua penonton.
Yes, I cannot wait to watch a match yang sangat-sangat seru. Grand Finals yang akan jadi sangat-sangat seru. Terima kasih. Thank you very much to King Kong. And with that, let us show it to the panel.
King Kong, PR trained. Let's add a little bit of flair in his interviews every once in a while, but let's talk about the man, the myth, the legend. Can play almost anything. People have tried to ban everything against him, and even that doesn't seem like it's enough.
I like it that here we're praising him, but then it's like, just not Lucas.
Just not. You know what?
Everything is
all right.
Just not Lucas.
Say what you will about King Kong's Lucas, but I'm growing to it. Not just because the meta game is showing that Lucas is a good pick in the jungle, but in that interview alone, that clip prior, it shows that the beast is growing. He's doing more than just, good mechanical things in the game. He's more than just the other half of the KK connection. He understands now what it's like to be a part of a bigger thing. Like, when you see Onyx PH struggle, you're saying, like, Kelra didn't play good, King Kong is struggling, look at that, he can only pick Sox and Lucas, But it's a team effort. The fact that as a jungler, you recognize that and understand that, you ascend, like you change the way you play the game. That's what impresses me about King Kong right now.
I mean, you may be so impressed by King Kong as of right now, but you've also been so Kingdom ever since you saw them in Group B. Let's pull up the lineup here. because RRQ, you heard it in that piece of content, right? They're looking to build that legacy for the fans. They've been playing since MDL, and they have come together to try and make something for themselves that stands above the rest. Give it up for RRQ Hoshi with a lineup of Dairin, Sutsujin, Rins, Idok, and Toy.
It's so cool to see this new generation of RRQ again do so well after just, one season in MPL. Heck, Toy has had not even a whole season yet. He played in the Snapdragon Pro Series just earlier this year, but that's about it. When it comes to his experience, he's so new.
So fresh.
So he may be new, so fresh, but let's have a word with their commander, Rins, at the helm. I'm pretty sure Rose is on the other side waiting for the throw.
Kalian apalagi sampai sejauh ini masih win streak. Kalian sepeda apa nih ngelawan ini M-Series Champion saat ini Anda Onyx Philippines?
Kalau dibilang ready, pede banget, itu bisa dibilang 1000%.
Wow, he's very ready for it, 1000%. Kemarin, jadi Brusco tuh bilang mereka tuh pengen ketemu kalian di babak grand final, dan sekarang kalian udah ketemu. Ada pesan nggak buat Brusco?
Buat Brusco, good luck, have fun aja.
Okay, so that's the message of Rins to Brusco and Onyx Philippines. Good luck, have fun, because yesterday Brusco said that Brusco wants to meet RRQ Hoshi.
Yap. Terakhir, karena Kingdom di sini udah rame banget, minta pesan-pesan dong buat Kingdom biar makin semangat untuk dukung kalian.
Buat Kingdom, tetap support kita dan percayain hari ini sama kita.
Alright, jadi mungkin itu aja. Kita lempar kembali ke panelis. Time to shine.
Thanks, Monica, as well as Kolios. Unfortunately, Rose is not there to take the hand of the commander, but I think that, Rins is coming in with at least he's not shaken by the world champions. I mean, they've been here before. They've gone through that rebuilding phase to find that chemistry to where they are now.
And I think for RRQ Hoshi, right, when we're talking about this new lineup, a lot of times we see these newcomers, we see these rookies, and the main problem for them is mentality. How are they going to face the pressure of playing in MPL, of playing here in front of a crowd, home crowd, by the way, in an international event? That's what makes them special. TLID's rookies, RRQ's rookies. They have never been shaken by pressure. Yes, they have lacked that experience up against better opponents. They've been outmuscled and outskilled, but they have never lost to themselves when it comes to that mentality battle.
Yeah, I want to be special.
You are special.
Hey, thanks.
You're very special, sir.
Thank you.
I think it was a bit of work there. Just a little bit more work and you can get that.
Okay.
That's super special.
Okay, so you're just special. You need to work for the super.
And then I'll go for the ultra.
Oh, yeah. That's the way to go. That's the way to go. Leo, talk to me about this, because, again, we watched this actually happen and kind of unfold for the Kingdom itself. I mean, in Challenge Finals alone, the fact that they were able to take at least a game in that best-of-3 series against Onyx, do you think coming into this that they've learned at the very least, or maybe found some exploitations?
Call it cheating, but I'm going to tell you now, when Rin spoke to Monica and Kolios, I saw that same spark in his eyes as King Kong in growth. I want to throw it back as far as M6. Remember, they came short to playing in Axiata Arena. They came up short in stepping onto holy land when it comes to MLBB esports. But now, the frontline commander, Rins, in mid. I remember him playing a Kadira in that last game they had in the playoffs of M6. This is a different man. The one who's playing now, this is a different man.
I mean, it feels like an entirely different team. I mean, let's look at the Class of Mobile Masters report cards here, because right now the biggest strengths that we've seen from RRQ has to be the mastermind drafts coming in from Mr. Keskute himself. But even so, the strengths, Grand Final Slayers, the Super Fam absolutely crushing it, but the unpredictability of maybe, I don't know, the Lucas, yes, it is growing pains, the Fredrin that we've seen before being a problem for them, but at the same time, it is leading into the junglers at the end of the day. With that being said, though, it's time to have these teams man up and square up on stage.
Para sa akin, sa mga dumang tournament, ang pinaka tumatak sa akin na lesson is yung parang ang pinakamahalaga sa team is yung bond, yung tiwala sa isa't isa.
Kalau raguin diri sendiri pastinya pernah lah. Momen kayak gini jarang dapat lah, jadi momen-momen kayak gini bisa diingat lah buat kedepannya. Kita as a team pasti kita saling menguatkan di tim.
Above the clouds, where only legends dare to climb. Two titans now stand face to face.
Tinggi di atas awan, tempat hanya legenda yang berani mendaki. Dua raksasa kini berdiri berhadapan.
Onyx Philippines and RRQ Hoshi have scaled every peak, braved every storm, and today, only one will conquer the summit.
Onyx Philippines dan RRQ Hoshi telah mendaki setiap puncak, menghadapi setiap badai, dan hari ini hanya satu yang akan menaklukkan puncak tertinggi. Selamat datang di Grand Final Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Masters 2025.
And there you have it, the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Masters Grand Finals 2025 begins as both teams are at their battle stations ready to go at it in a singular best of 7. Now, because we've been talking so much about both these teams, the strengths and weaknesses, let's come down to the final cut opinion on which do you think is going to win this matchup. Let's pull up the predictions for all of our talents here on set, with Mirko leading towards the Kingdom 4-2, with Leo the Superfam 4-2, with LaFell 4-1 for the Superfam, and me, I'm going all Kingdom 4-3. I got you, brother. The outliers and the inners. Tell us why your matches are going to be looking this way.
Is this a racial thing?
No, it's not a racial thing. It's a body type thing. It's
Wait, what? Wait, what? Whoa.
Thinnest boys and the thickest boys.
That's true. Fitness?
Oh, thinnest boys and the thickest boys. Now, tell them.
Oh, why Onyx gonna win?
Yep.
Listen here, right? RQ, their run has been impressive. They've improved. Sure. I don't think it's enough. Because the thing about Onyx Philippines, they haven't slowed down, my friend. Like every single time, even when they lose, they look hella good. And I feel like, as impressive as RQ's drafting is, it's gonna be hard to draft against Onyx Philippines.
That's
a good tell?
That's I don't know.
Yeah. A little bit of cope there.
A little bit of cope?
A lot. But you know what? Just to put it in the context, I have seen Onyx stumble. They did not have a great start in MPL Philippines.
Yep.
That's why, despite that, I'll give RQ one more over you, LaFell. So 4-2, but I still believe the Superfam's got this.
Do you necessarily agree with this, Mirko? Because I'm thinking, like, yes, Kescu, he is a mastermind, but we've seen why not adapt pretty quick to some of these drafts if we've learned anything from the Onyx versus Falcons PH matchup.
Yeah, that's what I'm concerned about right here. And that's why I gave Onyx Philippines 2 games to take here. Actually, in my own prediction, I predicted 4-3. But with the crowd here being almost full RQ, I mean, technically they got Onyx fans too in the building, right? We got Sonics, a lot of the Onyx ID supporters here also just supporting Onyx Philippines. That will play a part in this offline battle, in this LAN battle. But on top of that, yes, why not? I am concerned about that unpredictability. In the past, Kescute has fallen up against teams who have these kind of cheese picks, have these kind of gimmick picks that you aren't able to prepare for. And that's the whole thing for RRQ. Remember, for Kescute, if he gets prep time, he does really well. But even if he does get the prep time, enemy team comes up with a pick that he he's never seen before. It'll be weird for the players. It'll be weird for him.
Well, let's just see how this is going to play out. Seems like the draft has already begun. Let's jump right into it, because my biggest concern is whether Onyx has already identified the weakness point of, hey, whoa, hold on. RQ Hoshi is going to be on blue side with first pick, and Onyx PH on red side with second pick. They are getting rid of the Fanny. They are getting rid of the Lo Yi. I'll bring up the point when they're on the opposite sides.
I love how just in the game one alone, you see the tempo swing. Coach Tony knows RRQ prefers red, so they're like, no, we'll go red. You play from there.
Yep. It's a great idea to do so, but also the fact that even RQ Hoshi are like, we gotta ban Fanny here. We can't. I don't know whether or not Onyx PH are prepared for it, but Sutsujin, we don't have Hazel to kind of fill that spot just yet. Let's keep it standard. Let's keep it template.
And I feel like the reason why they want to keep it standard here, because we've seen yesterday where both teams, they need a little bit of time to warm up. So I kind of feel like for both coaches, they want to make sure that game number one, they have some kind of momentum. Even if they lose, they kind of lose in a comfortable way, so that they don't have this like all of a sudden jump into a cool kind of thing. Like, it doesn't have that shock, right? So I kind of feel like game one, honestly, go for standard. Let them warm up is a pretty good idea.
Okay.
Because again, it's a marathon.
Yes, it is a marathon. If they are looking for that warm up, are we expecting to see RQ go with their like B tier draft like they did against CLID?
I feel like you gotta start strong.
Start strong?
Yeah. Like if you can get the Suyo or Granger or whatever best speed that you have, Jushin, just take it.
Yeah, the thing is, I feel like for Onyx Philippines, they've been one of the teams that has been able to beat out the Suyo. Like, the Suyo, for the most part of this tournament, has been almost like, all right, 70% win rate, you get the Suyo, you get the win. But for both these teams, I don't think Suyo will be as, more so for Onyx Philippines, because they know how to beat the Suyo. We've seen them so many times, just let go of the Suyo and beat the Suyo through execution.
Okay, talk about execution, the biggest punisher of it. You make even the slightest mistake, you're a little too slow, guess what? Zushin will punish you. And this is great for Rins, right? Because again, he is that frontline commander. He wants to be in front, he wants to kind of set up the plays, but we've seen them also play around him as a strong anchor.
For me personally, RRQ, as long as they get a strong mid duo that doesn't get punished by Brusco and Super Friends, they're already starting in strong. So I just want to see a good combination with Jushin. They should have a solid early game.
Let's see if the Jawhead is going to be left open by Onyx PH. They have two picks here on the swing back. One of them's got to be the Suyo. There it is. And again, one of the meta's unfortunate victims of just sample size. Like, he keeps being picked over and over and over again with very little behind it. Save for Onyx PH, I think they can save the win rate on Moskov this time around. RQ Hoshi still looking for that duo.
And it's a setup that they have as well. If you guys remember from the stat we saw, I think 2 days ago, picks that have been able to counter the Suyo, Lucas is a very, very good pick that we've seen do really well up against the Suyo. It's been banned out by Onyx Philippines. For RQ, they go for the Joy. They need lockdown. The Jawhead did really, really good in the past up against the Suyo. I won't be surprised if they go for the Jawhead to deny it as well from Onyx Philippines, or if they go like Badang.
Either or would be pretty good here. I am curious whether teams are, oh, never mind, Badang gonna get locked in pretty handily for the side of RRQ, but it looks like in terms of the first half of the draft, both of you are correct, both Mirko as well as LaFell. I think that, RQ are looking to play with a strong mid-trio as much as they possibly can. Again, Badang still being that flex. But Onyx PH, the fact that they've banned both the Granger as well as the Hara does kind of leverage the side that Kelra, hey, we'll give you this Moskov, whatever that comes at you, that Toy is able to throw at you, we're confident you can beat not only in lane, but in these team fights as well.
They're really stretching out Toy. Toy only played 2 heroes prior to yesterday's broadcast. So after that, Onyx PH wants to see more out of Toy, the newest member of RRQ Hoshi. Onyx gonna go for one more here. It looks like both XP laners are locked in. I'm really thinking this is gonna be Dyron. Dyron has an astronomical win rate on that Badang. So it's a Badang versus the Phoveus, if we're reading this right.
Yeah, and honestly, like, as of right now, Onyx PH does look like they're drafting for Kelra, because as strong as the Phoveus is also a strong counter against the Moskov. And now we see RRQ Hoshi batting out the Jawhead, understanding that it can help the Suyo create tempo. But the thing is, Onyx Philippines, if they do want, they have another option with that Selena, where Super Friends can also speed up the Suyo. So RRQ Hoshi, they might let it go, but it's something that has to be in the back of their minds, that there's still some pairings to make sure that King Kong can out-farm Sutsujin.
it definitely seems like RRQ are trying to stop Brusco from getting a comfort pick, right? I
Yeah.
think already when you see these bans, you think maybe the Tigreal will come out for Brusco. But even then, yes, you're going to be good against the Joy, but the Juicin, the Badang, they're so well up against the Tig. And I really think for RRQ, that's the angle of attack for them. They just really want to stop this man from getting a comfort pick, because a lot of times Brusco's bravery in the land of Dawn is what gets space for Onyx Philippines, the rest of them to make plays.
Yeah, the Katot and the Cho are the only ones left that have favorable win rates for Onyx PH's Brusco, unless they're thinking the Tigreal's open. He hasn't performed very well with the Tigreal, but
No.
it's left open.
It is left open, but I also think that RRQ don't have like strong means of dealing with it either. I mean, the most they have is Jushin, right? Everything else can be slowed down, and I don't think it's that bad, but it's about that mid lane prio that's the big emphasis for the side of RRQ Hoshi. They do decide to get rid of the CC this time round, and I think that Onyx PH are more than comfortable. Hey, if you lock in the Farsa for us, that's totally fine. If we get our support here as well, even more options. If we have to give up that mid lane, ideally we get at least a support that can pick people off.
I feel like Onyx, they can delay their mid laner here, because if possible, you want to see what kind of gold laner RRQ picks up, just so that you have that advantage for Super Friends. And it looks like they're picking up the Cho, and Cho pairs up with so many mid laners that makes it possible for them to get an advantage. And honestly, not giving it over to RRQ Hoshi is actually pretty good.
Oh, okay. Oh, wow. That's going to be a Bruno pick. You can see that win rate pretty abysmal, 29%. And also the high-lows was up there when it came to the lowest win rate picks. But so, I mean, the Moskov was there too, right? I think also we've just been seeing a lot of bad matchups for the high-lows. Just yesterday, Falcons picked up the... Flapteezy picked up the high-lows up against a CC, right? So...
not much you can do.
Not much you can do in that matchup. There's no CC available here. So, well, technically you can, but the Phoebus will just... No, there's no way. There you go. Set up for the high-lows.
Farsa or Eve here for Super Friends. You need some wave clear.
But again, if they want to speed it up, they can just pick up the Selena again. Which
But
we
if
see
they go, like, they'll just double down on early.
It's all fighting.
I feel like you can, because you have Kelra. Because you trust Kelra to be able to carry when it comes to the
insurance. Yeah.
I suppose, but I feel like even Farsa is pretty like consistent overall, especially you get rapid boots as well. But they're gonna go with that early game here for the side of Onyx PH. Lafel, how are you liking the drafts from either side? Is there a preference for you?
I feel like Onyx PH, they're playing towards their strength. And RQ Hoshi, it's like they're trying to match the tempo. So for me, I feel like Onyx PH has the more comfortable draft for them.
More comfortable draft. I don't know, because I feel like RRQ, initially they wanted to kind of hold up on their options at the beginning of the draft, but then towards the end they're realizing, hey, our draft is starting to get a little more resource hungry, especially if we want to try and make things happen across the map. What about you, Leon, as well as Mirko? Do you agree with the analysis?
If this was any other team, I would stray caution towards the Selena, because again, I want coverage. I want a little bit of insurance if ever I do have to defend in my base. But looking at the rest of the draft, Cho, Phovius, Moskov, Suyo, they could put the pedal to the metal as early as 6 or 7 minutes. So maybe Onyx can get away with this.
Yeah, same for me. I think if it was any other team, I'd be like, all right, I think I like the right draft a bit more. But it's Super Friends on the Selena. I gotta pay my respects to the man who is now as a world champion.
I think it's the perfect way to kind of disrupt, especially for the systematic thought process that RRQ wants to do here. I mean, we've seen it happen a couple of times, but I mean, Super Friends, he's bound to hit at least one of these arrows.
Personally for me, I feel like RRQ Hoshi still has a very good draft because they have the Jushin. Unsure whether it's the Badang or the high-loss roam, but either ways, I kind of feel like if they can punish just one player from Onyx Philippines, say either the Cho or the Suyo, they can stop that early aggression, and that's enough, right? So again, we're saying, like, for me, I'm saying Onyx Philippines draft is strong because it's their identity. But RRQ Hoshi, it's strong because
it's the
they can slow it down as the meta.
It's the meta. I don't know. I think we'll have to see how this game is going to be played out. The momentum is so important to kind of set the tone for the rest of this best of 7. It is not a sprint. It is a marathon. We're going to be jumping into the game in just a little bit here. We're giving the mic over to both Leo as well as Mirko to take us into the land of Dawn.
You can cut right through the tension in Tennis Indoor Senayan. Historied the many matches that went down in this very arena where we crowned world champions, and you're watching one now in action up against a very eager Kingdom. In the first game, a best of 7, Onyx Philippines versus RRQ Hoshi.
Welcome to the land of Dawn for Game 1 in the Grand Finals. Ladies and gentlemen, early on, already a bit of aggression. Rins, signature aggression on this Juicin, a signature pick as well. And this goes back to, again, the rookie days of Rins. We would expect Rins to go for the playmakers, the guys who would just be able to flicker forward. And who better than to flicker forward than a Juicin?
And it's not a flicker though, it's a purify. So they're gonna play with that range. They're gonna play with how aggressive Onyx BHR. If this was any other combo than the Selena and the Cho, maybe he'd flicker, right? But Rins is afraid of the kick and the arrow that could come from downtown. A peek at the emblems these players are rocking. In case you were wondering, like, how does Rins build his Selena? Is that right? Is that Season Hunter?
Yeah, it is the Season Hunter. This is something that we have been seeing a lot from the Selenas. I believe we saw Moreno as well in Game 3 up against Team Falcons. Pick up the Season Hunter just so that you can help leash the Suyo, but also you are actually quite good at clearing the jungle. So it's very, very good to get the early invades going.
You're more than just your fighting. You have a lot of utility in your own jungle and the opponents. We're seeing the turtle spawning in the lower corner. Kirk being given quite a bit.
Yeah, just a bit poke over there. Oh, this arrow won't land. Dyren, just walk away.
Safe for RRQ Hoshi to reposition this way. But Onyx BHR boxing them out. Look at the presence that Superfam has.
You can see Brusco already dealing the damage over to Rins. Has the Crimson Beacon. Will go in. King Kong wins out the retry battles. The Glorious Pathway gets used up by Onyx Philippines. Blitz that turtle.
They disperse just as quickly. Dyren didn't even catch the ghost, the shadow of any of the members of Onyx. That's a win for the Superfam. But RRQ Hoshi are keeping up with the farm. Mirko, this gold lead ain't budging.
No, it ain't. I wonder where it's coming from. Is it just the mid? I'm guessing it's the mid prio that they have over Onyx Philippines, right? Super Friends has been zoned away a lot from this mid lane. But what's good about the Selena is you don't need level 4 to contest for the neutral objectives.
Nope. Again, it helps that you have an emblem set and your range is just almost impossible to fathom for most heroes. King Kong keeping up the path here. The jungle route that he is known for has evolved through the months, through the years, and that's a good win. A flicker by Brusco, kicked the wrong way.
Flicker for flicker response there. It's a flick from Edok to get away. Has the first crack now coming down with the Crimson Beacon, locking King Kong down. That's gonna be the pin down over, but it's a good Blade Surge tap, that blink away for the Suyo.
Mini heart attack for both sides there, committing quite a few resources. Both teams skittish to give over first blood. Oh, King, that's Super Friends caught out.
Just a bit poke again. Selena, very, very hard to catch. Slippery girl, Dyren. Kind of a tough spot. Brusco not able to go for the way to Dragon just yet. Glorious Pathway gets used up. They're deciding to go in as Dyren pops in to revitalize. Now it's going to be the Infernal Pursuit to lock them down. Such electrifying beats and the pin down onto 2. Kirk caught all alone against 4.
Nice bait by the Kingdom here. They're not done. That's Kirk jumping up.
Another one onto Dyren. Edok very low. It's going to be a kill over King Kong. Gets another up top. It's a solo kill for Toy against Kelra.
And the Kingdom are winning across the board. Say what you will about how that exchange went down here in the Turtle Pit, but oh, they're not done!
Super Friends, it's got to respect this. King Kong able to get that Soul Sever damage onto Sutsujin. What happened up top?
That's just Bruno things. Looking at Toy, he has already built his Haas Claws, while Kelra isn't even at a full item. Kelra was forced to commit early to a warrior boots. So he was dueling. He knows he was going to duel against Toy, but he wasn't ready for the damage output. He's now down almost 1,000 gold.
It's a tough matchup now. Dyren also so oppressive in this XP lane against the Phobias. The Turtle, though, will not be rushed. RRQ had the tempo to play with, but they will take it slow. They know that the Joy needs that mid game, and it's still more Suyo-sided in this Turtle battle.
Dyren with the pull. King Kong being given this small wave down bottom. And it looks like the Kingdom are leaning hard into this.
Rins again with his own over to King Kong, forcing him to blink out. That should be the turtle given over. Now, oh, it's a King Kong with the way to Dragon. Sutsujin still able to get it as the Electrifying Beach comes around. Sutsujin doing damage over to King Kong, who's on Rins. Now Infernal Pursuit from Kirk.
Kirk is taking names and dropping bodies. Rins falls as well. Traded out for the Bruiser.
Going in still on Dyron, a double lane for Kelra as he shoves in mid. Dyron able to dodge away from that Abyssal Arrow, but gets pinned down by that Spear of Misery. Sutsujin Electrifying Beats almost caught by Kirk. A turret falling up top for the trade.
It's not enough. The space Onyx PH are making for the gold standard. He's not dealing enough damage. And Toy has gotten so much space from an SOD.
Gonna take it. Kirk diving all the way to the back as well. Kelra taking an SOD. Now the Lantern Flare. Kirk jumping again with Infernal Pursuit in the way. The Dragon locked Toy down.
Edok with the fist crack in the back. King Kong can't engage. Toy's falling already, and they're gonna get one more.
Another one falling. Edok gets the pin down and a shutdown, but Sutsujin is all alone. Kelra gets a double.
Patience, ye of little faith. The Super Fam were just building up to this very moment. Again, the magic number, 7 or 8 minutes, when this early game-centric lineup will start putting pedal to the metal, arrow to face, kick to shin. RRQ Hoshi are down almost 2,000 gold in the snap of a finger.
It all came crumbling down as they went in, and man, Captain Kirk, is that what you call him?
You could call him that.
He's captaining right now.
He was hitting the stratosphere with the way he was jumping, man.
He's commanding the team. Walks up forward, 1v4. He likes those odds, and he wins it for the team. Wow, we were talking about Dyron in the Phoveus. Seems like we just haven't been able to see Kirk on the Phoveus.
Yep, that's his middle name I hear. Kirk Phoveus Gutierrez. Toy getting a little space up top. Again, that's the only safe haven for RRQ right now because they lost so much in mid, lost so much down bottom. And with this last turtle, I'd reckon even RRQ will have to think twice because a single SOD on Kelra, who'd have thought it would be unlocked so quickly?
Solo kill, I thought with that, they'll be able to handle the man in that gold lane. Edok poked down again. Kirk, so impressive. Jumping in one more time as Rince is able to zone him away as Brusco looks for the kick over. Gets away the Dragon, but Sutsujin still wins out the retry battles. Brusco gets away the Dragon, but now gets caught in the glorious pathway. Sutsujin takes him down. Kirk all alone. Meanwhile, Kelra though, Kirk still jumping in against 4 members. Trying to go for the trade. Won't be able to do so. SOD!
Right in the middle of 4. I don't think Kelra should take this fight. The Super Fam were taken out of their breath, dispersed, split up, separated from each other, and they had no choice but to make the most out of a losing situation. A bad trade, a turret for a turtle, and a good bunch of bodies. RRQ Hoshi have found a way to recover, but Onyx PH are still ahead, very slightly. Only until Toy takes down this turret down bottom will the Kingdom have some room to breathe.
Look at the space given to Kelra though. It was 1,000 gold lead, I believe, between the two for Toy. Now it's back to 80. That side lane pressure of the Moskov. Something we were talking about when we saw the Moskov low win rate is it's a high skill ceiling hero. But it's Kelra on it now.
Yep, you're not just playing 5 other dudes. You're playing the map. You're playing yourself. You got to hit those SODs. And even in the early moments of game number 1, Kelra's been hitting SODs, and he's been making the right calls. A lesser player would have already clicked the teleport, but Kelra said, you know what, we're going to invest in the top lane. This is the long lane. Let's wait. Game has slowed down, but folks, don't get us wrong. Both teams are still in it. We are at deadlock. Onyx PH, this is a negligible 700, 800 gold lead.
And to have that confidence, Leo, going for the Moskov. Oh, way the Dragon. Knocks Sutsujin down, but it's the wrong angle. Ow, very close SOD there. Back to the point though, King Kong, no way he takes that Blade Surge, no. The confidence that Kelra has to go Flicker up against a very capable CC lineup of RRQ Hoshi.
That's right, there's at least 3 members of RRQ looking to gun for him. Dyron on the Hylos, Rins on the Zushin, Edok on the Badang, who by the way has a Flicker himself. Look at that, finally the push paying off. Again, the Super Fam outnumbered down bottom in the pit.
Toy's gonna be locked down quite a bit. There is caught in the bad spot. Fist crack coming out. Sutsujin claiming the Lord. Kelra still on the other side of the map, going for that base turret. He does subbed up. Dyron caught, pops in Revitalize, but they're still on the chase. Dyron Abyssal Trap. That's gonna be the glowing wand on him still.
Another missile arrow landing on Sutsujin. Toy in the midst of it all, caught all alone. SOD Blade Surge from King Kong.
Toy full, traded out for Kirk, and the Beast is slain as well. All this while, look at Kelra. His push, his investment, his hard work only stopped by the Lord.
Can you do it, Kelra? Can you go into 1v3? Jumps on Edok, gets chain CC by the Fist Crack as well. The damage coming out, Kelra. Taken down by Rin's Edok. Able to survive with that shield.
The Gold Standards were outnumbered, cornered, and outfought. There were so many reasons he should have gotten out of there, but he held on for hope that he would penetrate and take down that tier 3 up top, and instead it backfires in their face. Onyx PH lose so much on the map. All the lanes are blue, and King Kong had his purple stolen.
11 minutes in, 19 kills. An action-packed game as Edok's looking for the concealed play. King Kong will respect it. Edok walks up forward, gets a Thunderbelt stack. Orange buff control, look at the Lord, super low, still will get that charge. Are they able to hold it all the way to a third? Nah, King Kong quells it.
Onyx PH are trapped inside their base now. They've got one last outer turret, tier 2 in mid, and you can say goodbye to that just about now as Toy starts kicking balls in its face. Mirko, this is what we talked about, that Selena. It's good when you're winning, it's good when you're ahead, when you're able to go around the map and take whatever you want, but Onyx is cordoned in, the super fam is under quarantine.
RRQ Hoshi have just been so decisive, I would say, right? Because Onyx Philippines, they have had control over the side lanes. They have had control over the map with those traps as well. Vision, map, wave control has mostly been Onyx Philippines. But RRQ, whenever they see Onyx Philippines on the other side of the map, they never hesitate to just fight, go for the Lord, blitz it before Onyx Philippines can use the setup that they initiated.
What you're saying is if all go according to plan, if we follow logic, RRQ Hoshi wins. But Onyx PH in the early game have won one too many coin flips. They got away with way too much. That push up top, that conversion in mid and bottom, that's their early game salvo. But now it's up to the super fam to look for something else. Magical arrow catches Edok, but he was just checking range. He was just making sure the super fam don't go any further than where he allows.
2,400 gold lead. Still pretty even, honestly. 2,000 gold lead isn't really that big here as we get into the 12th minute of the game.
It's manageable, but you can feel it. You can see how Onyx respect that fact, and they're struggling to even take this orange. Edok gets caught out, but finally, King Kong get one.
I thought that was going to be a kill. Edok didn't even have to burn his flicker out for that. He did burn the fist crack, and that is a window for Onyx Philippines. But will they take it?
That's the Lord getting started up already. Expect a dance here from both sides. Lord now down to a third of its health.
Edok so low, Kirk's going to win. Glorious Pathway come down as Rins is able to zone them in the back. Kirk flickers out to safety. RRQ Hoshi say no. We get the Lord, we back away. No fights, no windows for you.
A display of discipline from the Kingdom. Happy with what they got. They'll instead play the next few seconds. Lord comes out in about 10 from now, and Kelro was working on that long lane. So this is definitely some breathing room on the map the super fam needed. The Kingdom slowly building up that lead once more, approaching the 3K mark. You could assume that this is what, an extra item on Toy, an extra item on Sutsujin over King Kong.
I think so. Maybe I think Wind of Nature is already in the hands of Toy.
You know what? No, surprisingly, looking at it, it's actually a lot on Rins over Fritz.
It's that mid lane. You know, again, when the Selena the only way for the Selena to get ahead is through kills, assists. That's a Lord charging in the mid lane as Rins is able to zone them again in the bottom lane. Another wave coming down now as the Glorious Pathway will be used up. Kelra piercing through the Lord on the HP bars. In the bottom lane, Sutsujin got very low. King Kong, look at the play. The SOD does not land, but Onyx Philippines want to go for the fight. Abyssal Arrow landing. Tyron will sacrifice himself. Brusco!
They're not done. The King keeps down Edok. He does survive with some extra shields, but regardless, the fact of the matter is Onyx PH fought 2 battles on 2 fronts and won, kicking RRQ Hoshi out, keeping their mid lane inhibitor.
What a fight. What a defense by Onyx Philippines. By all means, that should have been an RRQ base turret take.
They should have took at least 1 or 2 bodies too.
But
it's the opposite. Sonic Philippines were able to stand. Abyssal Arrow, not actually landing on Sutsujin, but no follow available. Kirk won't, or has kind of dropped when it comes to that damage impact that he has in the game. You can see that he's struggling now. Whenever he walks up in front of Pursuit Forward, the Joy is shredding that HP bar.
That's why he invested in the Flicker. He knows that he had to play with range, go in and out of combat to try and buy time for the rest of Onyx. Checking out these items. Kirk could be chunkier. Again, he is rocking double magic defense, but then that's where the rest of RQ Hoshi come in. Toy, Edok dealing some damage that'll make Kirk second guess his own decisions.
Let's take a look at the items again. Like you mentioned, Leo, it's a 1,500 gold lead for the Juicin. But I can't... Because like when Juicin gets more gold, it's... Unless you go for the Skypiercer build, right? It's not really going to add up to more damage. It's more utility.
Yep.
But for Friends, as he scales up, that is a game changer right there. That is a one-arrow wonder that could get you the win.
Sutsujin should be scared. Toy should be scared. Rins, thankfully he's got a Purify. That's what's keeping RQ Hoshi here ahead of Onyx. But you're right. Again, that's why this 4,000 gold lead feels like a 1,000 gold lead, is because a majority of it is on Rins. The concealed play here, canceled just as quickly.
That poke is starting to get to RQ. At least the frontliners. The backliners, they have Sustain, they have the Blood Wings, they have Haas Claws for Toy, but Tyron does not. He has the Revitalize, forced to use the Glorious Pathway already. Rins walks up forward, Zona King Kong away one more time. Sutsujin on the Lord, will be able to get it now. Is activated in front of pursuit by Kirk, looking for the chase. Tyron sacrificed again as Brusco kicks him back to the fray.
Look at Kelra!
In the base, looking for the end. Toy gonna be able to recall, and King Kong's on it! The wave dealt with already, but now Kelra's caught in the top spot. Rins, is that gonna be engaged? Purify out. What an angle!
That is an unfair trade. Again, on paper, RQ Hoshi won. They got the Lord, but Onyx are inside the base.
Lord gonna be spawning as well. Sutsujin popping electrifying beats already. Onyx Philippines looking for the angle to end the game.
The Lord ignored him.
Do it. Can a minion in the mid lane? Or no, that's the Lord in the mid lane already shoving the waves. Tailwind in the bottom. Onyx Philippines cannot find the angle to end. And there is a Lord still to play with. Rins goes in with the Crimson Beacon on the Super Friends. Gets engaged on.
Kelra puts him up against the wall. Spear of Misery.
Kelra.
The Kingdom are man down.
Way the Dragon. Oh, the Abyssal Arrow lands. Sutsujin still able to escape right now, but the trap is going on him. That's the tick. Immortality. Sutsujin. Jikudo for Brusco.
2 down for the Kingdom, and Onyx PH continue the onslaught. They want to take down this tier 2 in mid, and they're going to have their way with it.
No Rins, no Sutsujin. 3v5. RQ Hoshi. Edok gonna be landed. The Abyssal Arrow locks him down. The pin down is there too. Toy dealing damage. Super Prince still trying to land those arrows. Toy still in the back line, but now look at that piercing damage. Toy with the immortality. The waves right there. Onyx Philippines battled their way to a game victory.
First on the board, the Super Fam, Onyx PH. 1-0.
What a game. What an absolute banger of a game to kick things off here at the playoffs. You can see that all the fans are happy to watch because we got a brawl. This is why we love Mobile Legends. Top of the line, cream of the crop.
I gotta say, man, that was an amazing game one of this best of 7 because we see showcases by both teams, individual strength, team fight mechanics, and then just playing around the map. Like, we see the best of the best coming from both teams. And now that we're here looking at the post-game stats, I gotta say, this is one of those situations where we gotta warn the audience, don't try this at home.
Yeah.
Because honestly, looking at Onyx Philippines, yes, they won. But honestly, this draft, like we have been discussed, is the Onyx Philippines draft. We've seen the strength and the weakness of it in this one game. Early game, looked good, amazing. But we also saw there were moments that they should have lost, but because, again, Kelra is on that Moscow. If it was anyone, I feel like they would have lost. But
I agree.
I gotta talk about RQ as well. That was impressive. Number one, Rinse on this Jushin. Amazing control around those objectives because we heard, even coming from Sutsujin, Onyx Philippines are absolutely amazing on that objective thing. And yet, Sutsujin has won a lot of turtles as well as the Lord, making it so that RQ are trying to fight against Onyx Philippines at objective, and then they're winning.
And that's what makes this such an interesting game to study and a case to figure out, because not a single Lord, not a single turtle. And they were leading for a majority of what? The mid-game. It was RRQs. And still Onyx wins?
Yep. It was a game of, honestly, it felt like it was a game that RRQ had the gun in hand, but it was Onyx who was messing with the trigger finger, right? Pinch down the timings, find those windows, and create opportunities, whether Edok doesn't have his ult ready or whether or not you're pushing on the bottom side of the map.
Right now, we got to look at the damage. Stay here for a bit, but King Kong, Kara, and Super Prince all did roughly the same amount of that damage, around 80,000. Wow. And again, we were talking about how Selena was losing a lot when it comes to the goal, but even Mirko said it's like, Rins on that Jushin, goal just means survivability, right? You can stay in the fight a little bit longer. Selena, after the changes, making her traps actually hurt, making it so that she's a hero. Even if you don't hit the arrows, she's still usable. But this is Super Prince. He hits the arrows.
A trap popped Sutsujin's immortality on the way out.
It's a feels bad scenario, but well done. Give it up for our MVP King Kong this time. 8, 1, and 5. A lot of punishable moments, but he's able to escape with the help of his team. Even if we're talking about itemization here, right? An endless battle already purchased just for a little bit more oomph when he's in that back line, if he ever gets his hands on Toy. But I'm looking at RRQs. Do you necessarily agree with this? But I see Rince, he's got an anti-cuirass on hands. That makes a little bit more sense to me. But then Edok with the Brute Force breastplate, was that the necessary item to rush even though you have a high loss?
I kind of feel like, okay, so Brute Force does two things. Number one, it makes you more able to fight against crowd control, and it does make you speed up a little bit more once you use your skill. So I kind of feel like he's making that plays, because honestly, as a Badang, you're tanky with your shields, not with your defenses. So he's probably playing around that. But while we're talking about this, we're looking at the jungle. I feel like this is an opportunity for us to kind of discuss a meta that's been developing at Mobile Masters, not just by Onyx Philippines, but other teams as well, having their mid or their roamer to have the Season Hunter, because so far I've only seen two heroes using it, which is the Selena as well as the Jawhead. Personally, for me, it didn't make that big of an impact here, because I was looking at the gold, and Susujin as well as King Kong, honestly not that big of a difference, but I don't know, it's definitely something that might still need some R&D.
I personally
feel like it's good, but you know,
I personally feel in games like this, you don't get to see much of its benefits, right? Because that's on the assumption that you're going to get, your own jungler ahead. In this case, is going to be King Kong. Did we see that? I mean, initially, yes, but then eventually, it really didn't matter, right? Because at the end of the day, it was kind of Kelra trying to force that 1-in-4 scenario to try and even up the odds. Because in a 4v4, Onyx can do a lot of work. In a 5v5, that's where it's a little, pick and choose.
I think it's the trust as well here. You can see the start of the Super Family. Before this roster came together, Coach Why Not and Kelra had already been working side by side since MPL Peak Season 9 and MSC 2022. And it's the trust that Why Not has for Kelra. It's crazy how, again, Moskov, to remind all of you, is sitting at like a 30% win rate. Yet they banked almost everything in this game for Kelra. Usually, especially when King Kong gets Suyo, you would expect the team to just, all right, let's play for that strong trio mid, let's get the objectives, let's play the normal way. But this game, they knew, all right, they actually have crazy setup. This Badang is great. This Joy is going to be a problem for us.
Jushin.
We need Kelra. We need the god in the gold lane.
That mid trio logic was a trap for RRQ. And again, this is now where we see how Kezcute could fall to other traps set by other coaches. So this is where Why Not gets one over Batman.
We'll see. We'll see how long this is going to go. But these games are absolutely beautiful to watch. We're going to go on a short break, and when we come back, we're going to see the continuation of this epic battle between the Super Family as well as the Kingdom. You're watching the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Masters. We'll catch you right after the break.
Hey guys, it's back with me, Kolius again, and now I'm with two fans of each team. This one is from the Onyx PH, and this one is for RQ Hoshi. So guys, siapa nih player favorit kalian? Dimulai dari kamu dulu.
Oke. Saya Idok.
Kenapa tuh Idok?
Karena Master of Initiasi.
So his favorite player is Idok, cause Idok is the Master of Initiation. How about you?
I think Kurt.
Why? Indo aja gak apa-apa.
Soalnya Kurt keren banget kayak opening. Pokoknya keren dah Kurt.
So for him, it's Kirk because like he's very good at using the macro when wants to initiate the team fight. And like gimana pengalaman kalian untuk datengin ke SBS Mobile Masters ini selama ini?
Kalau saya kemarin sudah datang sih, excited banget sih. Bagus banget ini.
He's very excited because it's very good here. How about you?
Keren banget. Kayak ini baru pertama kali kan ke sini kayak sekeren ini ternyata kalau nonton offline. Ya bagus aja.
Wow. So he think it's very cool because it's his first time to coming here and watch it live from here. Oke, terakhir, minta pesan-pesan dong buat tim RRQ yang bakal bentar lagi bertanding.
Untuk pesan dari saya, untuk RRQ mungkin main lepas saja, enjoy. Karena ini grand final untuk season 15 ini juga kan di MPL. Dan ini untuk SPS, mungkin pengalaman terbaru untuk RRQ. Good luck.
Right. So you have message for RRQ that play freely, enjoy the match, and good luck. How about you? For Onyx PH?
Buat Onyx PH, buktiin sih kalau di atas langit masih ada Onyx. Tetap sampai sekarang gitu. Good luck sih buat Onyx PH.
Okay, for Onyx PH, just prove above the sky there is Onyx. Just prove it. And okay, thank you so much for you guys. Let's get back to the panelists. Take it away.
Thanks, Coolios. Those were the dedicated fans of each individual team, tribes here who are looking to give their support. We're going to be jumping into the draft real soon here, boys, because, again, we can't stop the action at the Mobile Masters. The day has been set with game number 1. Coming into game number 2, LaFell, any thoughts coming into this, especially if you were in their position?
So my thoughts is that this might actually go all the way just because Toy was able to 1v1 against Kelra, because we already heard that if Kelra has a game, then it's going to be Onyx Philippines, right? So I feel like even though they lost, but the fact that Toy was able to hold himself against Kelra, that might actually give energy towards RQ Hoshi and then maybe change a little bit of draft to make sure that they can replicate that again.
LaFell, we rarely disagree, but this time, I gotta tell you, I think it's for that reason this might go very quickly. Imagine that, you get a 1v1 kill on Killer early game and you still don't win. Doesn't that get frustrating at some point? Like, I killed him, what is this?
I agree, but that's why if this happened like game number 4, game number 5 consistently, then I would agree with you. Because I think right now the big question in Kescute's mind is probably, hey, do we have to go out of our way to get rid of this Selena? And I think that's going to be the big question mark coming into game 2.
Interesting here, Onyx Philippines banning out the Moscow. Does look like they're forcing RQ Hoshi. If you don't ban out the Granger, that's probably going to be Kelra on that Granger, because other than that, like, I don't know, like if they, I don't know. I feel like they want to try Granger first pick or Jushin.
These bans are very RRQ centric. Onyx prior used to ban always Matilda, Phovius, Hilda. Where are those? These are all RRQ specific bans.
I'm more worried of whether or not they're going to gamble with the...
Oh, that's interesting.
All right. So Keskut snips it. He's like, okay, I hear what you're trying to say. I'm going to get rid of Blue Yo. I can give you Granger, but that means that Loyi is now open for RRQ Hoshi on the pushback.
But that is quite a lack of a better turn, quite ballsy. Letting go of the Granger.
And Onyx chose Granger over Loyi.
Yeah.
I think it's okay, honestly, for the side of RQ Hoshi. Again, you can go for the Irithyll later on, right? So now you can guarantee a jungler. Not sure if they want to go Hayabusa. We've seen that in the past, but I think Loyi needs to come here for RQ.
Right now.
Has to.
There's no way you give Onyx, Granger, and Loyi. That's a bit much, no?
It is.
They're the picks that we've been like keeping an eye out for Onyx. So Joy, all right, we got a jungler. All right, it may not be Hayabusa. And I think that's totally fine. They don't want to be too dependent on a purple buff to seal the deal in this game. That second pick, come on.
That is not a Loyi.
Whoa, okay.
Whoa.
That's interesting. Good or not, I don't know, but that's interesting for sure.
Do you think that
Super
this...
Prince still 100%, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you think that this might be a case scenario of, even if you take Lo Yi, Rins could either fall into the Jushin scenario once more, but if you do get the Lo Yi, we also could try and play Selena.
I don't know.
I'm not a fan of Rins on the Selena. We've never seen Rins on Selena, so it's already very like if this was Moreno, it would be a different answer, right? Because that guy we've seen him play the. Okay, Hayabusa.
Okay,
like this has to be Lo Yi.
It's gotta be.
Okay, let's say. Okay, we're just gonna say it is a Lo Yi.
Yeah.
Now I think for Arkihoshi, go for Irithel. I think they need something to deal with the Granger because if they don't go for a marksman here, you can already see the emphasis from Onyx Philippines. Harith, Moskov, the respect to Toy is there.
I feel like if they don't pick up Irithel here, it has to be some kind of curveball. Okay, all right.
Man.
They're picking up the Jushin. To be fair, Rin's Jushin was good at making sure that they actually get the objective. So maybe they just have one very base game plan, and then like just one or two tweaks here and there.
That's what's scary for Arkihoshi is we know their base game plan is so strong. It ruined everything up to this point. But against Onyx PH, they never met in the groups nor in the early days of playoffs. It's a different beast that Kingdom has to tame.
I wonder if Onyx like want to go a little bit more aggressive here and even pick up a CC just to make sure wins against the Phoveus.
Yeah, I mean, it would make sense if they did that, but I guess Arkihoshi wants to put them in a position where team fighting is all going to be dependent on your Lo Yi, and everybody else has to like prioritize a singular target.
And we're talking about Onyx Philippines synergy with the Lo Yi. If RQ don't ban the Tigreal, it's going to be a big pick for Onyx Philippines too. Now, you don't have the Badang, or not yet maybe, right? Joy Phoveus, you jump, you dead.
There's a lot of potential exploits here for the side of RQ. I would say that Onyx PH's first three is just significantly better at this point of time.
I want to be surprised by Arkihoshi. Like, this is just the opener. The closer has to be like really good here.
Do you think this could be a Franco angle?
A Franco, interesting.
I don't think so. I don't. Oh, actually, I guess the Lo Yi, and it's a Haya.
Yeah.
I see.
I
understand. Yeah.
With a Jushin too.
You kind of keep tabs in the early game where the Hayabusa is, so you don't allow that early, snowball to happen through Rins in the mid lane, and then afterwards, then it could just be a deterrent.
Also interesting here that Onyx Philippines, they haven't banned any more gold laners. So it's also kind of like, even if you do want the Irithel, it doesn't bother Kelra that much. And at that point, if they do pick up the Irithel, and the Irithel has a hard time against the Granger, then I would agree with Leo where that would be very discouraging for you. Where you kind of already planned it out, and it still didn't work out,
Chip away at the confidence.
Yeah.
Now we go into that final ban here for the side of Onyx PH. We're all at the edge of our seats. We're curious to see how they're going to play this out, because if it's another gold laner, what is left for Toy? Will he have any other options left in his pocket? There's the Irithel ban.
That's it. No more. They have expended his gold lane.
I think we're going to see the Bruno again at this point, right? I mean, there's no other choice.
Bruno, Claude.
That's why they leave it open all the way. So they want to deny it instead of banning it in the... Yeah, this is a signature pick for Edok. He is also standing at 100% win rate in MPL ID.
Jawhead is still
Even
open.
in Snapdragon.
Yeah.
You're right,
Jawhead is still open if you want to go for that. Like, again, just playing for that early, right? Because so far that has been their tempo. Selena or Jawhead get a King Kong ahead.
With this crazy damage comp, it would actually, synergize really well. That burst is coming in instantly.
And we know that Onyx PH, they can bend the rules. They don't need coverage. They don't need a late game insurance policy for clear waves. They can win without taking any lords. So, I support the Jawhead. But what else? Kirk still doesn't have a hero.
CC.
What'll go against the Phoveus?
I don't think you go CC anymore because you're up against the Tigreal, right?
Yeah.
So much CC. There you go. You go. All right, frontline. If they go Jawhead, they need a frontline. They need someone as beefy because Jawhead, he ain't too beefy.
Big question was the goal laner, man. This is the big question. I mean, I don't know. Like, lane-wise, Claude maybe, but I don't know if that's enough.
I think that Claude makes a little more sense here because Bruno would struggle against the Glorious pathway.
And the Haya.
And the Haya as well. We'll see how this plays out, what Toy has left.
Claude Purify.
Claude Purify?
You still need it.
You do.
It's funny and it's sad, but it's true.
Because, what else, right? What else?
Yeah, it's either Claude or Bruno, really, unless they want to pull a Marco and go 1-1, but there's already a Hayabusa in place so that the 1-1 will have a bad time.
Man, this is difficult one to watch. LaFell, which draft are you leaning into?
Super Friends, Louis, Brusco, Jawhead, Kelra on that Granger. This
King
is
Kong on the Haya.
This is
Let's just name everything.
Yeah.
I mean,
Kirk on the Hylos.
I don't know what else to say.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Onyx PH definitely is coming in with an advantage in the drafting section. I wonder what Kescute had in mind with this draft, and maybe we'll see it in the game. So Leo, and as well as Merkel, take us in for game number 2.
The Kingdom are clapping, shouting, singing, waving their flags to get their team back into this as Onyx Philippines start off strong. The Super Fam first to the board. Mirko and Leo bringing you the action. Where do you side on the job?
I have to say, Onyx Philippines, man, game number 1, I said RRQ, but in Super Friends on Selena this time, it's just Onyx, no buts.
It's every pick, lane per lane. All right, let's get into the Land of Dawn. The Kingdom versus the Super Fam. It's Onyx PH versus RRQ.
Did I just see Papara Supermaster players celebrating with the Sonics there in the building?
They were there.
They were there. They're supporting. Oh, clearly Onyx Philippine fans as well here. And this is the advantage you have when you have the Jawhead, man. The Hayabusa, who should lose out in clear speed, isn't a loss anymore. Like, you actually clear faster with the help of the Jawhead.
He's a great leasher. Brusco keeping tabs on Edok. Mano y mano. But this does open up the Little Wanderer, because look, Sutsujin knows that King Kong's a little slower, so he's like, hey, I'm going to get this first.
Taking a look at it, no Season Hunter this time for Brusco on the Jawhead. It's going to be to pull yourself together and thrill. So just more damage overall. In this matchup, we saw it just earlier, Dyron versus Kirk. It was Kirk on the Phobius, now it's Dyron. It's a switcheroo. Let's see who has more impact on the Phobius and the Hylos, right? Because game 1, it was definitely the Phobius winning.
How about this gold lane matchup, the Granger versus the Claude? Oh, wow, Toy actually goes for the flicker. All right, so he's trusting in his mechanics, his instincts a little more than what I would care for. Again, I would err on the side of caution.
Same. I do the same, especially up against this very scary composition when it comes to CC. Yes, you will be able to flicker out the unstoppable force, but if it's chained together with other CC, it'll be very dangerous, my friend. And even, again, I guess he's thinking that he wants to flicker out of the Shadow Kill. That's what I'm thinking about, right? In the early game, more reliable than purifying the Quad Shadow.
Yeah, would rather flicker into your allies to spread the damage. But that'll force RRQ to play a certain way. Now, talking about lane to lane, the way this game has gone, it's relatively slow, 2 minutes in, no action just yet. It's Onyx PH first to the pit, 3 members circling. Edok can only watch. So it's just taking a while.
Yep. It's going to go on the orange buff. Kirk is going to be shoved back over to Tyrant. He's not interested though. Gets stunned up. Rins in the back all alone. Pops in the Crimson Beacon. Will be engaged on by King Kong. Rins still able to survive now. Sutsujin jumps into the back. Doesn't have. Oh, electrifying beats. And to Sid, Rins was able to pick him up back to the electrifying beats.
Oh, all the way in the center of the map. They collapse onto Onyx. 2 down already. Kirk and King Kong. It's all Kingdom, baby.
Uh-oh, that ejector might have just played into his demise. Brusco, oh, taken down, but Super Prince gets a double with that yin-yang reaction.
A smooth operator, the Monster Mage is, but he could not take out the key members of RQ Hoshi to slow down the turtle take. The Kingdom take the first major neutral.
Wow. It looked so one-sided, and then Super Prince said, nah, I'm gonna get a few trades in. An instant double as he just waited in the bush for that ambush.
But again, we have to acknowledge the fact that when you have to play in the paint, when it's all in AoE, just these little skirmishes, RQ Hoshi are at an advantage. Even when eventually Toy joins, Onyx PH don't want to fight like that. So it's all about priority, and RQ Hoshi, despite Onyx being the first to the scene, were out of their breath. It was all initiative for RQ, so that's one thing RQ drafted into. We just have to consider how they use that for the gold lane.
What a bait, though, again, for Rin. See, Crimson Beacon very early. Hold up, another shove over to Kirk. All inning onto the horse. Revitalize used up, brought back again. The horse stays alive.
Kirk refuses to take that lion down. So far, RQ Hoshi are putting the pressure where it's necessary. Again, they know that they have a lead. 500 leading up to more at 4 minutes. How does Onyx PH thread the needle here? How do they say, hey, we have to win somewhere, and where is that besides the gold lane?
I don't think they're in any rush. They can wait for, again, the mid-game. Later on, King Kong will hit his power spike. I think everybody will hit their power spike. And then they could utilize the diversion to create an angle of an attack up against RRQ, because right now it does seem like this front to back for RRQ is a bit too strong. They have so much CC that they can chain together, and it works. The synergy is great. Edoc gets an implosion. You get demonic force procs on everybody, and then you just see Diamond start jumping.
Yep, it's an angle that none from RRQ could expect. That's the only way Onyx wins from the early to mid before them power spikes. Turtle spawning here, lower corner of the map, 10 seconds. Onyx PH, how do they approach this? It seems like they're sending their roamers over there already. Check in. All right, Super just repositioning. Turtle's up.
Turtle number 2 spawning in the game. This time RRQ with the control over it. Diamond would go for the shove. Shoulder bash over Brusco. 2 members caught in the Infernal Pursuit now. Sitsujin is on that. Now red tree from King Kai. It's jumped back by Edog. And look at the damage coming down from Toy now as Tyrant holds him away. Sitsujin gets a double. Prince knocked up, now chained down for Tyrant to get the kill under the turret. But they will give it over to Rins.
The half purple man pushing Onyx to the limit, and all the members of the Super Fam are caught out of position, even underneath tier 1 in mid. That was a bad spot for Prince to be, and all they could get out of that was Dyren.
Well played. RRQ Hoshi. Again, it's the chain CC, Leo. We see a 1v1 up top, but Sitsujin is doing a good job right now. Unstoppable force coming down. That's the ejector to lock him up. King Kong gets that shutdown, only traded for a turret. So they have ways still to equalize in the game. But back to the point, Turtle 2. Dyren baited so many resources just by being there, shoving people away, that they completely forgot about Edoc's engage.
Yep, the man-to-man defense led to a 3-for-1 for Edoc's ult. That was amazing. Argyoshi, the numbers are adding up to benefit them. The check ain't looking good. Onyx PH are in the red, and they're down 1,200 gold. And no matter what they do with these diversions, it just doesn't seem to be enough. It doesn't seem to be worth it. So they're still looking for that off angle where Argyoshi aren't ready to answer. Kelra, though, different story. I think oh my God! Toy just one blast away. I was saying, of all the members of Onyx, Kelra's the only one who's actually living good. Shadow kill!
Over the range, forcing the Crimson Beacon. Dyren, good timing on the shoulder bash, but you can see the kill pressure. This 1,000 gold lead isn't big enough to stop this kill threat from Onyx Philippines.
You're looking at King Kong, who's built a Hunter Strike, has a Legion Sword. Who knows what else the Beast is looking to cook up here. Securing his purple first, while Sitsujin clears up down bottom too late to protect that tier 1. And it looks like still RRQ have the advantage in this turtle pit.
Sitsujin had a way to just go in towards the turret, but he had to think about it. Everybody was missing on the map. He had to think, who's there, Edog? Implosion on 3! A full dive in the back! What a set! Brusco falling as well! And now it's Sitsujin looking for the cleanup. Rins with a flicker forward. Kirk brought up, slammed down to the ground for Edog to take.
The God Implosion echoing all throughout Jakarta City. You could watch that over and over again. It would be just as beautiful as the first time you saw it. RRQ Hoshi converting to a tier 1 in mid and a turtle. How do you come back from that?
Wow. What the hell was that? I mean, I did mention it's a signature pick diversion. From a signature to another, Super Prince shows how creative it can be on that diversion. Oh my lord.
It wasn't even from an angle you weren't expecting. Onyx knew what they were getting into. They just didn't expect Edog to pull the trigger that quickly. And not on that many members.
What a play. The lift up as well, the signature flicker forward of Rins. Reactions from the casters. Yeehaw, man, they're full on Cowboys today.
That was a sheriff and his deputy. Now back into the action here. 8 minutes 45. The Kingdom up by almost 2,500 gold. Onyx PH still on recovery mode. Looking at the items, King Kong down by maybe 500 gold, and then a majority of the lead still on Dyren. Mr. Half Purple Man himself.
Half purple, half Dyren, half man, human. Yeah?
Kingdom.
Kingdom, half kingdom. Diversion.
All
Right? We're expecting someone to go for this. No. Ends up being a wasted diversion to the bottom lane, but they do get a clear down below.
RRQ has watched a good number of Prince matches to know exactly where he wants to send his team when he's on a low Yi. They're waiting for this Lord spawning in the upper quarter, 30 seconds till, and all Onyx has to show for it is that tier 1 push down bottom. They are struggling, and that's an understatement. Onyx can't even play the map. Usually when Onyx is down this bad, they would find ways to play the map, but even King Kong is afraid. King Kong has no natural defenses against what RRQ is bringing.
I gotta say, Leo, you know, we were talking about the drafts, and honestly, that was with me thinking there's gonna be Purifies on the side of Onyx Philippines. I just noticed there's no Purifies here at all. That's why the EDOF play was so massive.
I guess they were punished harder for trusting in their own mechanics. Again, who would flicker that close, right? And
Yeah.
without seeing the fight fully, would pull the trigger that quickly. So again, Onyx PH may have overestimated themselves, underestimated really the mechanics of this MDL-centric squad, the new gen kingdom.
Kirk's going for the chase, but will just be guided back by Rins. Look at Toy. Half HP on the Lord again. Darren walking up again over to Kirk. Able to find Brusco in the bush. Rins with the Crimson Beacon. Sony Super Prince away. Sunsujin gets rid of the Lord. Edog again finding another! My goodness gracious! And now they're all just falling under that damage. King Kong, he's going to be lifted up just in a bit. Rins looking for the angle. Won't be able to do so as Kelra is able to provide cover.
3 for 1, an amazing exchange. As soon as you saw the Lord fall, you should have backed off, but still RRQ Hoshi make Onyx PH taste the wrath of Edok's Tigreal. Once more a big ticket ult, causing the map to turn red. Lord marching down bottom, a big chubby wave up top. This is a RRQ Hoshi written all over it.
Edok, you madman. 2 sets in a row. My goodness, now Rin's gonna be engaged on. Shadow Kill has the flicker out, but it's still gonna be a kill. Too many stacks on him.
All right, Onyx PH though, land on their feet, able to defend from that Lord relatively safely, losing nothing but that Holy Shield in mid. They still keep that Holy Shield down bottom and a tier 2 up top. Onyx PH are really doing their best here. This reminds me of that defense they had in game 1. Who's to say, Mirko? What are the odds that they defend the way they did in the previous game?
I think there's a chance. I mean, again, it's not as good, the clear, as a Moskov, but the Granger still does well when it comes to clearing it out, and especially considering Kelra hasn't died yet. He's still holding on to a pretty... Oh, yes. Wait, so the Sky Piercer... Oh, it was the implosion earlier.
Yep.
All right, so I think he might have to think about selling the Sky Piercer as we get into the later... Unless he wants to, again, bank on his ability to get kills, because I guess that's the only way to come back.
A late game power spike to put up the stacks, yeah, but what? You're waiting for 3 or 4 kills from out of nowhere? RRQ Hoshi's not gonna lay down and just hand it to you. Oh no, Kirk here forced to use the glorious pathway just to run away.
They knew, they had a read on Onyx Philippines. They knew there was a diversion sent to the other side for sure, and that's why they decided to pull the trigger on Kirk. Wasn't enough, but great read.
That's what they've been playing at the movie nights in the gaming house.
Just been
at
watching
RRQ. Just watch Super Frizz diversion plays. The omniscience that Super Frizz previously had is now a worldwide fact. So now the world champions have a target on their backs, and RRQ are looking to make him bleed here to get 1 on the board here in this best of 7. They're up by 5,000 now. This can't just be on a singular player or 2. It's across the board.
Darren. All right. So far away, but there's no Brusco to actually catch him. It'll only be risky if Brusco is within diversion. No one's going to take it, though. It's just to open up the map a bit. Oh! It is going to be King Kong who takes it to clear it up top and go back to the quad shadow all the way back.
World's longest shadow. A push. I don't know if that minion is big enough to take that turret, but at least it is some map presence that Onyx PH are looking to get. It's enough. Now the conceal coming in from Brusco. What do they find?
Nothing. Slow push up top too. Conceal. Burt Rins. Crimson Beacon coming out. Edog looking for the set one more time. Able to go for the shove in the flicker, but not able to find the implosion now. That's going to be toyed with Wind of Nature and also the Blazing Duel. Brusco stops him there. Sunsujin gets the shutdown on King Kong, but Riz is caught in the bad spot and will be taken down by Super Prince. Sutsujin over to Brusco. That's the diversion from Super Prince to give Kelra a double.
2 for 4, and Sutsujin's the only one left. He's outnumbered by the Super Fam. He's looking for Kelra.
The Mercenary saves the kingdom with a kill on the god in the gold lane.
And the map equalizes. I don't think Prince and Kirk want to take down Sutsujin nor risk anything else for the Lord. RRQ Hoshi, what a recovery. Onyx PH still showing that they got something left in the tank.
And he can burst it down for sure, all alone, no problem. You can see the difference it makes. Hold up, Sutsujin now around a diversion coming down. That's gonna be the sun over. Oh, almost a steal. What a crazy calculation from Kirk. The timing, he almost got it.
A second difference between Kirk trying and Onyx PH sending over Prince, Brusco, and King Kong. That was that close, ladies and gentlemen. They did not close the gap just yet, though. 4,000 still between these two teams.
You can see the difference, though. The big, big difference when Edok does not get a set in these skirmishes. That's an angle of attack for Onyx Philippines. Down below, King Kong already used a shadow kill. Sutsujin not going to go for the chase. Lord still in the mid lane.
Lord pushing in. Onyx PH have to watch their backs. In comes Dyron.
Able to find Kelra. Edok looking for the implosion one more time. Only able to find Kirk now as he goes in for the shot. But Toy very low in the back buys the immortality. Edok able to stay alive. Dyron pops into a crowd. And Sutsujin is unable to get anyone down. And Kelra has just taken another kill into that Sky Piercer.
Onyx PH lose quite a bit in that defense. Top and mid get annihilated. But they're still alive, still in this game. Kirk for Dyron and Rins. The Edok Gambit not paying off, not working as much anymore. Oh, they're going far off. What are they looking for here?
It's a read. It's a possible read to a move for RRQ. They have to try to get themselves outside of the base, right? They can't just be playing inside. But it's the wrong read, unfortunately, this time around, and they won't be able to find anything. But still, the fact that they have defended means that they have that late game now that we were talking about. Kelra, he gambled on that Sky Piercer stack. He's got it.
He got a few, and they're working with that. Scraps is enough to still build an empire, and it's gonna take a while. You're looking at a 17-minute game, 13-18, with very little on the map for Onyx still. Good news is they can get out of their base. Bad news is they have to permanently keep defending and managing those waves in mid and in top, and top is the long lane. So what does that mean? They have to use a diversion, possibly defensively. They have to use a diversion to send dudes over to clear the wave and then join the fight. How are they going to start defending against Edok then?
It's the best angle. It's the best side to have a base turret on. But this is the unpredictability of Onyx Philippines. Diversion. Where is it going? Toy in the back spot. Oh my god, that damage! Winning Nature saving Toy. But look at the shot coming down in the back line as well. Toy caught in the back spot as he buys the Rose Gold Meteor. Bruce going taken down. Rins jumping to the back over to Kelra. Look at King Kong coming back at it one more time as Siren will fall to Kelra one more time.
2 for 3. A beneficial trade for Onyx PH, and now Rins and Sutsujin considering how to approach the next minute. Lord spawning in 10.
The creativity of Super Prince. You can be down a whole lot of turrets. It can look impossible to come back, but nothing is impossible when you have a Lo Yi like this.
Yellow rain from whichever angle Super Prince wants to come in via the diversion. An artist on this hero. Oh, Sutsujin's really trying.
Try to go in. Oh, Kelra with the flicker forward. Kelra in 1v1 with the Rose Gold Meteor. Immortality dropped again. Kelra taken down. A mistake, but no, it was a bait. It was a distraction for the Lord to be taken by King Kong.
Kelra for the Lord at this point. It's evolved. And we're not even at TikTok timers yet, so that is a calculated risk Kelra took. The rest of the Super Fam agreed to this, but you're right, Miracle. But the waves.
They can't defend without Kelra. 20 seconds, the big gamble. Good disengage from the side of King Kong. Ida only able to find one right now. Kirk will be melted down, but is still able to get out with the Glorious Pathway as again Super Prince comes in around with the in-air reaction. Sutsujin jumps in with a crowd by Super Prince. Pop back again. Brusco taken low.
And inside the base, RRQ Hosha wreaking havoc. Down goes Riz, but it's too late.
A gamble that paid off. but the long-term value of RRQ just getting the kill on Kelra got them the game.
1-1, the Kingdom are on the board. Onyx PH played a little too risky, get punished on the clapback.
One team plays it risky. I don't know. I felt like RRQ were playing it risky there for a second. How many times do we see the big turnarounds? Huge sets from Edox, and then even Toy was like, nah, I want to do something cool too.
Dude, let me just say, whoever got tickets, it's just 2 games, but they already got their money's worth, man. Like, what are the first 2 games of this best of 5? And the thing is, RRQ is like, you know what? Take your Granger. Take your Louis, take your Jawhead. We'll fight you head on, and oh my God.
This is the perfect example of being punished for the wrong mistake. Both teams will try to do something and get away with it, but whoever finds the crack and says, you know what, that was too much of you to ask, gets the L.
I mean, like, the guy that said, Ido Raja Inisiasi. Like, honestly, those Tigro plays, those Tigro sets, dude, call him the king of initiations. I don't care. He deserved it.
Call him L crowd control.
L crowd control. Dude,
there you go.
This guy is killing it right now. I gotta give them props. I mean, even the adaptations after 2 huge sets were looking really good as well. I think in general, RRQ, they do have a flowchart going through their minds right now. And I think whether or not this is going to be like the full series, I think it is set in stone. Momentum is going to be key. 17-22 total and kill score with 19 minutes and 7 seconds on the clock. How could these teams edge it out even better?
Let's just put this out of the way. Number 1, respect the Jushin. And number 2, respect Purify, man. Maybe against Edok and Rinse, the Purify is looking pretty good, not gonna lie.
It is. Did they think they could outplay it, or?
I think so. Actually, I think in their minds they can out tempo RQ to the point where even if they do get caught, it wouldn't matter. But RQ they fought early, and it's like, nah, you're not getting this early kill pressure.
Yeah. And I can see again, this game is a battle of like marginal errors, marginal plays. So again, we could say that Kelra's play was a mistake, but we saw the angle of it. It was just to get the Lord, but unfortunately, it wasn't enough to keep them in the game just because the waves were set up in a way. Firstly, the turrets, right? The Lord was going to be spawning in the bottom lane, and RQ knew it. That's why they were like, all right, wait, the Lord's just going to go into the bottom lane. We just killed Kelra. He decided to sacrifice there, so now we punish again. It was punish over punish over punish, and it's about how you would think of forcing your opponents now to make errors.
Yep. I totally agree with that, because again, initially OP had that kind of tempo control with you don't know whether or not I'm going to find an angle and seep through your battle lines, or if I'm able to re-engage into these fights with the help of that TP. But then RRQ, I think that even so, that very last sequence itself was probably the best case scenario for them.
Let me just say, like, we've seen Susujin play for a long time.
Oh yeah.
And yet I feel like this is the best I've seen him, because number 1, as a jungler, all of those neutral objectives, he got it. As a Joy, you need those kills. He got it. The moment the entire team died, Kelra's alive, Super Friend's alive, and then they're like, wait, maybe they can get lured. Susujin's like, nah, let me kill them first.
This is the Susujin we were expecting at the M6 World Championship, looking at how he was performing in MPL Indonesia. But for Susujin, it isn't as instant as, say, these rookies. When it comes to handling pressure, he needs a bit more time. He needs to experience it firsthand. And with that M6 experience now, you can see that this player has evolved even, past his peak.
He's Aizen, man.
He really is. He really is. You saw it. You saw when they were panning over into the player booths, there was just nothing in his eyes. He's just like, I'm ready to game, I'm ready to kill, just give me enough money. That's why he's the mercenary, a paid killer.
I don't know, man, Kyoka Suigatsu, but in this game, so many plays by both teams, because even you guys were saying, RQ, like, they were controlling the entire map, but then a good diversion, getting Toy, and then just fights after fights after fights. Both teams, the reason why this Grand Finals looks amazing, no matter how behind they are, neither team is giving up. They find a way to make a play, and my God, those are amazing plays.
Leo, I have to ask you, you've been casting what people would consider the best region in the world.
They're not wrong.
Their quality of their play beyond anything else. And finally, this time, we might actually see a PH versus ID where it's not lopsided and they might be looking at each other eye to eye.
And I think this is to the better of the world, showing us what the Brawl server could bring. Can you still even call it that? Because the macro is through the roof with the Kingdom. You're looking at how Onyx is, again, coming from the region that made macro a thing in MLBB, play a little more risky, you know, trade for things, fight wherein you shouldn't have fought, but maybe you could get away with it. That being said, I think both teams are learning from each other. Here, RRQ showed us that the core is not just Toy. You can keep killing Toy. But Sutsujin, again, as you mentioned, has evolved. He's grown up from his M6 form, and he's showing us that, hey, I know how to play my role, and I know how everyone else plays the role. In this very moment, I have to make the right decision to support that. And that's what happened in those Kelra trade moments. That's what happened when it was just him and Rins left, him and Dyron left. Like, if you were old Sutsujin, he would have gone and ulted the orange buff or something. But here he's like, I'm going to take care of the map. I'm going to make sure that this wave is pushed in. Like, that's what's keeping this match so close. That's why we're at 1-1.
No matter what happens in this match, I hope that both Onyx PH as well as RQ are scrim partners for life at that point. The most fun games we've ever watched, the highest quality as well. We're going to go on a short break, and when we come back, it's going to be more Mobile Legends action here. 1-1 is the scoreline in this best of 7. Only one team can get those 4 wins. Until then, we bid you farewell. When we come back, Mobile Masters.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
The grand finals continues between RRQ Hoshi versus Onyx PH. An exciting matchup as both teams have scored a single point on each other. The question is, will the momentum continue for either one? They're looking for 2 wins in the row to try and get to that match point.
Let me just say, before we even get to the draft, screw my prediction. It's been like 3 to 4 months. I haven't seen this good of an MLBB. Might as well go all the way, man. Like if
it has
the
to.
first 2 games is like this, bro, all the way, man.
Please.
I don't care. I don't need a 4-1.
Make me forget.
I need a 4-3.
Make me forget the quarterfinals and the semifinals.
Yes.
Make me forget the group stages. This is pinnacle. This is peak MLBB right here.
This is what we're waiting for.
Oh boy. I mean, everybody was excited for this matchup, but I think nobody would have expected how much it would fill you up in just 2 games in this best of 7. With that being said, the draft is already underway, and I'm curious to see what the adaptations are going to be, because I would only assume that these teams are going to switch sides again. Onyx PH on the red side, second pick RQ Hoshi on blue side, first pick.
When Onyx won, this was the same draft pattern. It was the same sides.
I like that, even though RQ won, they're like, okay, you know what? That Louis, though, it was
It was a problem.
Maybe don't let that go.
It was a problem.
I wonder if Onyx will let Rins have that Jushin again.
Ooh, that's a good question. Yeah. I feel like inevitably it forces them to make not only forced areas, but to maintain a very high level of execution, right? You miss an ability, you're ever so slow, you're dead.
Because again, like, I'm pretty sure they have ways to deal with it, but at this point, with how Rins has been playing, is it really worth it? Now, Onyx Philippines, they have banned out the Suyo as well as the Harif. The third ban here, looks like RRQ Hoshi are going to be the next ban. Banning out the Kalia. So, Granger open, Suyo open, the Jushin open. RRQ Hoshi is going to have first pick here. So, I feel like if Jushin is open, even if the Suyo is there, I feel like they're just going to go for the Jushin, no?
Yeah, I think they're still going to follow with somewhat of the ideology in game number 2, where they were looking to say, hey, we're going to pick up Granger. We don't mind what you take from that point onwards. The real question is Suyo, honestly, whether or not that is going to disrupt their plans or actually make the bargaining chips a little less valuable.
If you ban the Suyo here, that means Jushin makes it through.
Yeah.
So that means mid...
You can't forget about Joy as well.
Mid trio, mid prio is going to be so strong for both sides. I think that's the safest way to go. Let's just let it happen.
Time to drop the beat.
Oh,
that's the respect. MVP Sisajin, you're not getting that Joy.
So does this mean give the Suyo, pick Hilda?
Pick Hilda. Interesting. Interesting. Is that going to be enough, though? The time that we saw Kirk actually get his hands on the Hilda, his team got snowballed out of control, dropping a game against the Falcons. But now, first picks are going to be coming through. Let's see. RQ on the blue side. What do they prioritize?
Suyo.
Granger,
yeah. Yeah, I think... okay, they go for the Granger here. So, Onyx Philippines will definitely go for the Suyo, right?
Suyo, Jushin, and then eventually maybe a Moskov.
Yeah, I think that works. Maybe even an Irithel. Again, Kelra is 100% still with that Irithel.
Like, a lot of options. Just pick up the Jushin, don't let it go. Jushin, Suyo. Again, strong opener for Onyx. We got to see how RQ responds here. I wonder, like, the Phoveus is amazing. I kind of feel like it's worth it. Pick up the Phoveus and maybe pick up a jungler. If not, Sisajin is just going to get, you know, it's going to get complicated for his picks.
He definitely needs that side lane pressure. I mean, he's already got the Granger on one side, so that's already a plus if he is playing towards that side of the map. I do think that mid could be a potential way to attack. Oh, Hayabusa? Yeah, definitely I'm thinking about mid lane attacks now.
All right, so we're going back to RQ Hoshi in the playoffs, early on in the playoffs with the Hayabusa over the Suyo, right? We've seen this a lot from RQ. But the Hylos pick, I guess they pick it up early now so that they can bait out a possible CC pick first. If they do go CC, it might just be Hylos in Rome and then they'll pick up another XP like a Badang, right? But for Onyx Philippines, I think they need a gold laner. I think they need to secure a Kelra pick here because if not, Moskov, Irithel, say goodbye to both of those.
Is there any condition to actually play CC in these types? I mean, now that you don't have the Hylos and the Glorious pathway, you can technically, with the curtain call, kind of slow people down and actually use that synergy to technically lock 2 people at once.
Yeah, I don't think there's enough on the board for CC to be as justified. So I'd rather the Moskov, because again, if it makes it to the second phase, RQ is going to take away the Irithel, force Kelra on some like a Claude or a Beatrix, and that'll be worse because again, you're gonna die to the high, you're gonna die to the Hylos. Now RQ, they can start choking out XP lane choices.
Yeah.
I think mid lane too. They need to start banning out Rins.
I feel like Onyx ban out mid, RQ ban out EXP is going to be good. EXP or Roam. Either ways, I kind of feel like for Onyx, they really need a very strong front line. So I kind of feel like taking that out is going to be good. Onyx banning out the Sicilian, honestly, amazing. Granger Sicilian is so annoying to face up against.
Totally agree with you there. Totally agree. I'm wondering whether or not Jawhead is put into consideration for RRQ to kind of like speed up that clear to try and initiate on off-tempo plays against the mid lane, but that's just me.
I think they still ban it out first though, because again, Onyx Philippines this time, they are on the red side, right? So they have first pick on red side, can pick it up before RRQ can, and that would be a big problem for the Hylos later.
There it is. Also still left in the open, the CC, the Phoveus, the Lucas, of course, taken care of by Onyx. Gatot still out in the wild.
I'm also thinking, like, do they consider like banning out the Cho as well, not giving it over to Onyx? Because I kind of feel like Cho, Suyo, and Jushin are pretty strong and, you know, able to deal ish with the Haya.
That's the face of the mid lane Prior right there.
Yeah.
If you're looking for that.
Will RRQ just ban out, like, so now they ban out Jawhead, are they going to ban out CC and then maybe they are the ones to go for Gatot Kacha, right?
They could just double down on making, make sure that nothing is going to get through, even take away flex picks if necessary. I wouldn't put it past Kirk to be able to play that role. No, he still has Edith, worst comes to worst.
Yeah. Double Revitalize for RRQ could be the angle here. They already have a very strong gold lane to play front to back. Hayabusa will be kind of like the executioner. There you go, CC. So they're on the way for the double Revitalize.
All right.
Could still be a Hilda, by the way, for the side of RRQ.
Oh, of course.
One of the few ways you answer the Suyo.
I think it's still a little tough to say, right? Again, first picks in the second phase coming over for Onyx PH 4 now, and this is going to reveal a lot about the composition before RRQ looks to close things up in the draft for their side.
Red 4, we're waiting. Onyx still does not have a pick 4, Brusco or Kirk.
They deny it. Yeah.
Still pretty good against the Haya.
Yeah.
And the
Very
Granger, right? Like at one point, if the Hilda is having a very good game, the Granger has no choice but to shoot the Hilda and not actually dealing damage to who he wants to deal with. So now RQ Hoshi, seeing this kind of lineup, I'm really wondering what mid the Rins wants now that the Jushin is not there.
And even Farsa, if ever Rins does get a Farsa here, like those are all heroes that are afraid of a Hilda.
Yeah. No matter what, it feels like Onyx PH, the one thing that they've learned in all 2 of those games so far is that if they can fight on a dime, RRQ will get caught up in the bloodlust ever so slightly.
T-Girl again, man.
Back-to-back TIG for Edok and a Valentina, too.
What is the Valentina stealing?
Actually, yeah, the Valentina is interesting.
It's more on a comfort pick for Rins, being able to, again, we got to remember that Rins, even though, yes, he has improved on the high ground heroes, he is still a player who finds more comfort playing these kind of heroes that can play make and be up in your face.
Yeah.
It will technically make it slightly difficult for Suyo as well as the Hilda to play in that melee range, I guess, but that's a very small benefit.
It is.
Final pick for Onyx PH, looking for the roamer. We were mentioning just strengthening the mid trio. We're probably picking out something like the Cho here. And yeah, there you go. There's the Cho. So it's like
in the world.
It feels like a repeating conversation of us saying like, yeah, Onyx Philippines, good early game, good setup, a lot of good comfort here. But RQ Hoshi seems like they're finding ways to fight back, especially now that Edok has that Tigreal. At this point, I can't call it. I don't know.
Maybe this time Onyx puts Purify on. Maybe they respect
they have to.
Edok this time.
I mean, even more, they should punish Edok now. They've got the heroes to do so. They've got the toolbox as well. We'll see the level of execution in this game because now the question is whether or not Onyx Philippines is going to make sure that RQ stays tip-top, nice and sharp. All right, with that being said, game number 3 will begin shortly. I'm going to hand on over the mic over to Mirko and as well as Leo. Good luck, boys, for game number 3.
She got a picture with King Kong.
She digs the beast. In the second half of the draft, it seems like Onyx PH have turned on a dime and answered RRQ Hoshi's forward advances. But a questionable Valentina, but Mirko will die on this hill saying this is a Rin's comfort. How true is that?
Very true. I think it's a Rin's comfort that might be able to get them a game win closer to that very valuable match point.
Welcome to game number 3. It's the Super Family versus the Kingdom. We're slowing it down. This is a best of 7, and we're just at game 3, a marathon, not a sprint. Looking at these early rotations. Oh, wow. This is the most aggressive we've seen Onyx PH.
Yeah.
Watch they're crossing the river.
They finally get the juice in and the cho. They finally get full mid prio. And they are going to be able to use it so much together with the Suyo. So that's something that they've been lacking. Edok engaged upon already. King Kong caught in the bad spot now. Suzuki goes back with a quad shadow. Gets quelled. Battle of HP bars. King Kong gets the lethal.
So Onyx PH proving via prowess and via kit that they really have a mid lane prio. Brusco's in trouble.
Has the flicker, will be able to escape there. Gold crab taken. Resource burnt out. Wait. No, I thought Sujin was going to try to go for that kill in the bush, but will end up just going for the jungle camp here. Has the retribution in case Kelra steals it, but oh, he saves it.
Forces Sujin to take it out of range there. But the Little Wanderer was scored by Onyx. Looking at these player emblems, again, you see that both mid laners are taking a school out of the out of the school of a thought that you have to be sustainable as a mid laner. Both utility, Ido comes in.
Good block by Brusco. Steps into the quad shadow, but shadow kill should still come through. Sujin actually saves it again. Doesn't want to go for the damage.
Yep, and Dyron here out of that L brush, making sure fight is fair. Kicks Onyx out, forcing King Kong to say, hey, you get your orange or we go for the turtle. It's already started up, less than half health.
Super Friends needs to go into it. Soul Sever coming down, red tree won by King Kong. A fight in the turtle pit. King Kong gets the Quella. First blood.
Oh, and the Crimson Flare repositions Dyron, and Dyron might not survive.
Wait, the Dragon Lock and Rin's down 2, and it's another kill. Dyron will fall. King Kong gets another. It's a triple kill for the Beast.
He's eating good. Up about 2,000 gold now. Onyx Philippines are threatening everything from lane to lane. Even Toy's in trouble.
Big bonk, another King Kong. Starting the game with 4 kills.
Charge surge through the wall. Toy didn't see it coming. There was nothing his Purify could have done.
This Beast on the Suyo. Man.
I'll tell you now, Mirko, about 80% of why I started playing Suyo is because of King Kong.
2,700 gold, and I think all of it might be on him. If not like 80% probably. Rins this game, even with the Purify earlier, it was already baited out just through the, again, sheer amount of CC Onyx Philippines can utilize to lock them down to layer.
Yep. The exact numbers is more than half, Mirko. About 1,500, 1,600 is on Suyo over the Hayabusa.
Yikes.
And that's not even a kill on Tsujin. It's not like Tsujin's slowing down. It's just King Kong is that fast on the farm. See? 3,000 over 16.
Wow. I mean, it's also because he was just zoned away from his own buffs earlier. Really well played by the rest of Onyx Philippines. And you can see the Hilda play into it one more time. Sujin going to be able to walk up again. Going to look for the kill on Kirk, but he does have the sprint. Gets away from the Glorious Pathway. Super Friends looking for the Lantern Flare. Edok walking up too. But this time, they got Purifies. Wait, the Dragon. Edok on the bad spot now. Might be looking for the Implosion. Does get the Implosion on the 2 with a shove too. That's getting the Shadow Kill coming down as well, but it's not enough damage to take them down just yet. Kirk very low.
Sujin re-engages. Kirk running away. Pops his Revitalize. Oh, it's a sprint on this Hilda rather. And oh, the Crimson Beacon. Saving Friends.
Super Fritz survives! Brusco with 1 HP too! Toy looking for the shot and they get away! No kills over to the Kingdom.
That was Dyron's Revitalize doing its darndest to help the rest of RRQ survive. But again, the priority and the quickness of Onyx PH's kit that comes out when they needed to denies them that. They maintain the 3,000 gold lead, and even if it's RQ first to the turtle, there's nothing RQ could say.
GTP, Leo, GTP.
Grab that purple.
He took it away from Sutsujin. He's now going to be looking for the trade up top. Say goodbye to this turtle. It will not be contested. RRQ don't have the firepower.
That's another major objective going over to the Super Fam. And look at this, Rins and Dyron. It's not even Rins and Edok. They're cobbling together formations, and they're still getting hostage by Onyx.
Super tough now for RRQ Hoshi. This is a snowballing composition for Onyx Philippines. And you know, in the last 2 games, we haven't been able to see like a full mid trio win for Onyx Philippines, just due to the, again, picks. Selena game 1, Loyi game 2. Also, I think it was also just kind of late into getting the item power spike or getting towards first few neutral objectives. But now finally we get to see shades of normal Onyx Philippines with the trio mid win.
And this is the Onyx that I'm sure RRQ have studied over the months. This is the Onyx with the blueprint that won them the M6 World Championship, yet you're still seeing it in full force right now, working as if it was late 2024. Onyx PH now up 4,000 gold, pushing that top lane tier 1. Down bottom, Toy and Edok looking to make something work. They will have to concede that. This is a fight waiting to break out.
Turret for turret. Up top again, though, you can see Sutsujin struggling to enter his own jungle. Down below, Edok going to be caught. Lantern Flare, SOD taking Kelra down. Brusco taken very low. Rin's walking up as well. Crimson Beacon into the midst of it all. Brusco caught on the Glorious Pathway, still able to shut Poo out now. The Terrifies, the Purify gets baited out. Super Prince taken low, taken down. Sutsujin gets the shadow kill. But now RQ need to disperse.
Kirk looking for his man. He's on the Mercenary.
Sutsujin still there. King Kong Blade Surge, Purify out, but gets soul severed. Rin's able to escape. Tyron still in the midst of it all. Kirk going to be taken low. He gets the damage, the bonk, but it's not enough to take him down. Spear of Misery, one more shot. Kelra unable to get that kill as Toy shoves in the mid wave.
Tyron and Sutsujin on borrowed time. Not this time. To the Lord of Death, say the members of RRQ. They get away scot-free, but it does not change the fact that the rest of the map is not on their side. Onyx PH are still up 4,000 gold, and they're looking like they want to make it back up in kind as they go for the turtle.
Most of the gold is on King Kong. You can see it here. RRQ Hoshi set their sights on King Kong now, I feel. That bounty is going to be one to die for.
Pop him like a piñata. RRQ Hoshi looking to collapse onto the turtle. Onyx PH still repositioning. Dire with the Glorious Pathway.
Bruce going to back with the Wind Dragon. Sutsujin lockdown canceled though. Now he goes back in with the Shadow Kill and the Red Tree win. King Kong zoned away by Tyron. Turtle take and kill over Kelra though. However, will take a tier 2 up top.
SOD, no one home. That might have changed the face of this fight, but RRQ Hoshi are running through Onyx PH, taking that turtle, denying them anything else on the map. Luckily, Onyx were a step ahead. That push by Kelra up top tier 2. Finally, Sutsujin able to taste his purple. I'm wondering, was that worth it?
I think anything is worth it at this point for RRQ. They're the ones behind. So for Onyx Philippines, if they're the ones constantly trading for 1-for-1s, 1-for-2s, it's actually going to be beneficial to RRQ. King Kong, you gotta put your eyes on Dyron here. He's been the main guy stopping King Kong from being a threat in these skirmishes.
RRQ live and die on the back of Dyron's high loss. Still has that Revitalize on lock. And Kirk taking this angle. Oh, Superman's coming in.
Toy in a bad spot there, able to kite away. SOD coming down, piercing through the health bars. That's Kirk taking low. Spear of Misery still there, but Kelra's gonna be gunned down. Super Prince low. That's another. Edok gets an implosion to lock him down. Kirk taken out.
And even if it's just one member of Onyx, again, every single bit counts towards the Kingdom's campaign to a winning position. And they don't even need to win. They just need to claw back into where it's competitive. And you can say that right now because Toy's about to get this turret for free.
I know how a snowballing Granger looks, and this is right now as close as it's going to be to actually calling a Granger snowballing in this series. He's doing a good job. 3 kills on the Sky Piercer, or is it 2? Either way, he's on the board much earlier than, say, even Kelra in Game 2, right? You have to wait a bit more, and you can see the build, Melphic Roar. He's on the way for a Sea Halberd here, so he has put so much respect onto the front to back that he's going to be playing.
Yep. Kirk is slowly going to have diminishing returns on the map. So far, he's died 3 times. Twice, didn't even really have much of an impact. Those deaths weren't even trades. They just really picked them off for free. So now, Onyx PH have to turn on a dime. They have to step on the clutch and say, hey, this snowballing thing ain't working. What's next? King Kong, you're getting zoned out too often. What's next? Kelra, is it still this top lane backdoor play, the split push? I don't think Dyer's gonna allow for that, pushing Kirk out of that bush.
Gonna go on to Super Prince. Watch out, it didn't land earlier, but Toy's doing a good job. It's zoning them in the back with the Dead Sonata.
Brusco forced back, mid lane tier 1, going to be threatened. Rins! Crimson Beacon diving onto King Kong. Turret in the mid lane, going to be very low. Not taken down just yet though. Super Prince gets taken out very, very low as well. His Crimson Beacon used.
And they're sent home. Brusco and Super Prince, that mid lane duo from Onyx PH. A technical knockout for RQ Hoshi. I'd reckon that's a big win for him, delaying this Lord take by the Super Fam. Mirko, we didn't mention this during the draft. We were just blinded by the speed that Onyx was going at. There's a clear problem that we have to address. They are outranged.
Outranged. And I feel like when it comes to CC2, it's very, like, it's conditional. There's CC, right? Very hard to get. Meanwhile, for RRQ, Tyron has a point and click. Edok, same thing. A lot of CC tools and Rins too with the Terrify. Lantern Flare over to Tyron. The poke coming down as well. Tyron pops in Glorious Pathway. Now zones King Kong in the back. Pops in Revitalize, but will get shredded down. Not fast enough though. Good way to drag it over to Edok, who gets the implosion to zone them in the back. That's a Lord taken down. Sutsujin brought back, but he has the quad shadow. Toy gets a kill. Kites away from Kirk.
2 for 1 the trade. SOD thrown out by Kelra. It hits Sutsujin!
Spear of Misery locking him down. That's Kelra getting one. SOD Rins. What? Goes back in to his own demise.
And the Lord will slow down the Super Fam, but it won't stop him. They're looking at a penetration up top. Mid gets Holy Shield popped.
Base turret taken down. It's Toy versus the world. 2 base turrets. That's a fight in favor. Onyx. Whoa, Kelra! Dives in on 3, gets a shutdown on Toy, and now with the kick, Brusco feeds him another.
And they can't even punish RQ Hoshi. They could have sworn they hit the jackpot when they stole the Lord. But what is this? Where did it all go wrong? The Filipino Savage is having his way with them.
Edok gets an implosion. SOD to the back. Kelra is unstoppable. That's another as Sutsujin falls. RRQ are barely holding on.
There's nothing out of the base for RRQ. They're trapped inside. They lose their last inhibitor.
The minions gonna be cleared out one more time. RRQ somehow, some way have delayed this long, but it is going to be really tough now. Glorious Pathway sent their way. Kelra on the base. That's a zone from Diamond right now as he tries to soak in as much damage as possible. Rins gets kicked back.
And the base, that's all they're looking at. Onyx PX take down the base. 2 to 1. The Super Family race on through the grand finals, taking one over the Kingdom. 2 to 1.
The momentum builds for the Super Family as Onyx finds a leading point against the Kingdom for now, but you could see on their faces that was a hard-fought victory, and they really had to put everything on the line for it. The push and pull doesn't end here just yet.
I gotta say, man, giving Kelra the title of Mechanical God, almost an understatement at this point. What were those plays inside the base? I mean, like, I feel like Riz just misclicked with the dash, but anything after that goes in, gets a kill, gets caught, get out. Like, dude, Kelra on this Moscow, man, it's unfair.
When we thought the first 2 games already put on a clinic for anyone watching the grand finals, Onyx PH ups us one more, does us a better, and shows us you can snowball out of control. They snowballed, stopped for a bit, and then snowballed again.
Kelra, oh my lord. RRQ, they played such a good game to nullify that gold lead. And for the longest time, we were saying the gold lead's only on King Kong. The gold lead's only on King Kong. They get the Lord.
Zone him out, zone him
Kelra
out.
says, nah.
I mean, like, we'll be talking a lot about Kelra because he may be the MVP, but I gotta say, I feel like after game 3, Jushin is going to be the contested pick.
Yeah.
Because it's like, Rince is good at it, but also you kind of don't want to give it to Super Freeze. The pressure in mid just enables the junglers.
I mean, it doesn't help that he was on Valentino. We saw how many times where both roamers had to be on different sides of the map, and more than happy, Super Prince is able to zone Rins off and put him at a disadvantage. Always late to the fights, and not to mention that Lantern Flares don't exactly work too well on Valentina.
Yep, the Crimson Beacon only used to reposition. That's it at best. So again, I'm iffy. I'm known to be vocal about hating these blind Valentina picks. Here, it clearly did not pay off.
I don't know, man. Like, Percy for me, honestly, the Jushin today is more in your face than the Hylos. That's how annoying she has been. Like, it's not about the damage, it's about the disruption.
It is. It really is. But the way that Onyx Cage was able to play that out, it just goes to show lane priority is so important here.
Yes.
And more importantly, this Moskov, especially on these like off-screen plays that he is making, is forcing RRQ in these pretty tough scenarios, right? We saw, hey, if Keller is pushing on the opposite side of the map and Rins is kind of low, no matter how hard they force with Dyrant on that glorious pathway, good. You're 20% HP. This is a win for us.
After losing on the Granger with like that one big play that sent them to lose the game, again, a lot of players would be like, oh man, I'd lose a little bit of confidence. Kelra says, no, I didn't make a mistake. I never make mistakes. In this game, he played it even riskier. After making such a big play that ended up with a loss, you would think these guys would be like, all right, I'm going to slow it down. No, he goes gear. He goes to the 6th gear. He goes all the way, steps on that pedal.
Yeah, I feel like this is the play that we're gonna watch here. Like SOD goes in, don't care, I'm gonna get kills. And here, C-Star is like, this is my time. I don't care if you have bodyguards, I'm coming in.
If anything, he goes faster.
Yeah.
After that Lord fight, like, I need more. I need more.
Dude, do you see the difference of a Purify and then the Wind of Nature? Kelra decided to take that play because he knew, all right, what are you gonna do? You're gonna CC me? I'm Purify. You're gonna deal damage to me? I got one.
These games are not going to be easy, but I think, more problems are arising in the draft here. Not that there are more threats to actually think about. I don't know about you guys, but I'm curious to see what KSQ still has. Like, when does the contingency plans stop? Because right now, the lead's back in Onyx favor.
At this point, I almost want to see outside of game. How is Toy handling this pressure? Because again, at this point, I don't feel like he's fighting against the best gold laner in the world. I think he's facing up against the best player in the world, period.
Best gold laner of all time.
Oh, no. Best, I think,
best player.
Best MLBB, pure MLBB player in the world.
Not
in
about
history.
Exactly. Like, this is a big ass coming from Toy.
Yep. I bet Toy's like playing, right? He's looking for Saver in the crowd. What is this?
Oh my god. Oh dude, this is a fun series to watch. It's neck and neck, 2-1 with the current score in favor of Onyx. We're gonna go on a short break, and when we come back, it's gonna be more Mobile Legends action here at the SPS Mobile Masters. We'll catch you back then.
What are the games, man? Oh my god.
I love MLBB.
It's crazy.
Hello guys, Moman here live at the venue in Jakarta, and we're in a bit of danger because we're wearing RRQ stuff and we're right behind Onyx PH. But here with me is Arashi. And Arashi, I just want to ask you, what do you think happened here for RRQ?
I mean, Kelra happened, dude. Onyx PH, it's no secret. They're just monsters in their own right. It's a tough match for sure. But I feel like RRQ can get it done.
Oh, okay. You think RRQ can get it done? So what's your prediction for the series?
For the series? Honestly, I really do feel like this might just go 4-3, man. It might go all the way, which will be ideal as well. We want to see more and more high-level Mobile Legends action.
All right, so here we have it. It's going to be a 4-3 directly from Arashi and in the favor of RRQ. So I'll see you guys back at the panelist section. Hello, guys. Moman here.
Advantage to the Super Fam in the grand finals of the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Masters. The sun is still up here over in Jakarta, and the action heats up as these teams giving no way to come back. But RRQ has proven it once before. Even on a weaker draft, they can make it happen. The Kingdom, we're looking for their response here. This is a debate in this best of 7 versus the 4. We've already seen the counter argument coming in from Onyx, but RRQ, we need them to equalize it here, 2-2.
I feel like after watching three games here in this match, it's not about doing one thing. It's about doing a few things consistently. Because, like, again, against Onyx Philippines or against RRQ, number one, you got to make sure your mid trio stays alive.
Check.
Win, lose, doesn't matter, stay alive.
Check.
And it's like, okay, check. And then gold lead. Especially for Toy. How do you make sure that you're able to, I would say, make Kelra stay in his lane? Because most of the time, if you let Kelra stay alone in the lane, he will play the map like crazy. And then by the time he has items, he's just going to play the team fight.
only right answer is by avoiding the SODs, right? Because technically he wants to be alone in the lane when the Moscow.
Yeah.
But then he's like, I'm going to throw this. You can try to dodge it.
Peace out.
Peace out. Esa. Look, as we've seen it before, it's possible to actually dodge it. Like RRQ's Sutsujin has shown, when he's on that joy, there's a lot of quick feats here. You try and make sure that with his fleet footwork, he's able to, duck under and dip out of these fights. I think that maybe we might have to see it again. Although Coach Wynot, he's starting to catch on a couple of patterns, banning out that joy in that previous game, forcing him onto the Hayabusa, because at least then it's more predictable. You want that purple buff, you're going to show up at that purple buff. That is now a POI that we can fight for.
Do they need to take the Suyo? I feel like, again, both games you've seen Onyx Philippines take the game, it's Suyo and Moskov. We see two patterns here, two of the same picks from game 1 and game 3.
I think it's just weird to say RRQ is more armed to not play Suyo. I think Kezcute has trained Sutsujin and the rest of the boys to be like, hey, more likely or not, we're not gonna get Suyo.
Yeah.
So let's play for that.
It's just so difficult in the draft because, again, there's too many problems.
Yeah.
Right? The mid, the jungle, the gold lane. I feel like these three are such a problem that no matter what, you just got to pick your poison. But at this point, fighting against these teams, I kind of feel like you can only really deal with one. The other two is going to get lit through.
You know why that theory stands for me?
Why?
It's because Onyx 3 games straight have banned Lucas.
Yeah.
So they're like, yeah, we gotta give Sutsujin a peg here.
They look at the numbers and they're like, okay, you know what? Something's up. We can't let the grand finals lose just because we disrespect this Lucas, man.
Yeah.
I think that's a fair argument to make, and I think now as we are going to head on into the draft, the battle continues here in the grand finals. Let's see whether the switch of placements is going to be enough. Onyx PH now, first pick blue side up against RRQ Hoshi, red side, second pick, and the same exact draft pattern is coming out again.
So wait, has it been 100% win rate on red?
So far?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh,
pretty good.
So let's see if it'll break here.
Oh, look at this. Moskov now banned out. No need to dodge the SODs if there's no SODs.
Does this open up Lo Yi as well? I mean, usually when RRQ was on red side, they banned out the Suyo as their final ban as well in the first phase.
Yeah, it'll open up Lo Yi, one of these, Suyo, more of two of these. Granger, Lo Yi, Suyo. Like only one of those can go.
And Joy.
Yeah,
and Joy too.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. To be like, for argument's sake, the game that RQ did win is they let go of the Louis. But again, it's kind of like, how many times can you really do that over and over again? But either way, Onyx Philippines, they themselves ban out this Jushin. So it does show that they do respect. And first pick, this is going to be very strong. I feel like either Suyo or Granger, either way, it's going to be a good pick for Onyx.
Here's the gamba that they are doing right now. Before this is like whether you want, the Granger and Lo Yi. This time, we ban out the Lo Yi. Do you want that Granger? Do you want the Kalia?
Oh wait, Joy as well.
The Joy even? I feel like in terms of priority.
Not saying they're going to pick up the Joy, but meaning they're going to give over RQ to Joy. Because more than likely, he's going to second pick that alongside with whatever. So, Kalia!
We forgot
about Kalia.
Oh no! All right, so for the first time in the series, Kalia comes through. Does that mean RQ go
Joy Granger?
Joy Suyo? Oh no, Suyo Granger.
Either or.
Yeah.
I feel like Granger plus
one or the other.
Or if you want to be even more local, don't pick up your jungler.
Yes.
Yeah. So
give
just
him the choice.
Yeah. So Granger, Phovius maybe.
Wow, yeah, Granger or Phoveus? I think they still
As in, like,
need to
take
pick-
both, I feel like.
Yeah, but I feel like, again, I agree with what Leo said. They're just not armed to go for Suyo. I think they're just gonna go for the Joy right here. Because
They're
I
not
think,
too focused on
Because
Suyo.
if you don't pick up the Suyo, all right, they end up going for the Joy. But if they, let's say they didn't go, oh yeah, you're right. So it's Phoveus Joy. But if, let's say, they didn't go for the Suyo anyways, they didn't go for a jungle, Onyx Philippines would be the ones to take out the Joy because they're like, go on Suyo. We want to see how you are on Suyo.
Yep. This will fall back to the traditional
Suyo
draft.
Granger, right?
Yeah,
Has to
Suyo
be
Granger.
now.
Even Coach Wynot is confused. Like, wait, why would they give this much? All right.
Okay, but assuming Onyx goes Suyo Granger, RRQ they won with the Claude. So the question is here, will they gamble that they will be able to get a Claude or Irithel after this and not pick up a gold laner now and pick up something Prio in the mid? Because so far, even on Philippines, they haven't picked up a mid laner just yet.
What is Prio in the mid right now with the Loye and Juice and ban? I think you have to go Irithel.
That's the thing. The Claude win earlier wasn't mainly because it was a Claude. It was because Edoc decided to become a god that game. So now you can solve that by, maybe limiting Edoc's choices and picking up Purify.
I think no matter what, Purifies are going to be like top priority if you're in RRQ Hoshi's position. I mean, unfortunately for Sutsujin, no choice. You just got to deal with it. But at the same time, I am a little worried with some of the winning methods we've seen from other teams who have picked up the Kalia. And usually it's that double engage when they have a Tro on top of the Kalia, then suddenly it becomes too much to handle.
I feel like RRQ has to respect the Jawhead here because either way, whatever mid laner they're going to get, Jawhead Suyo is a little bit much. And honestly, like, as a Joy, you're always like paranoid whenever you see the Jawhead. Like, do I want to go in? Do I want to risk it? Has he used his ejector? I don't know.
And it's going to be even more lethal here because the Kalea could be a flex to the XP, right? So, something that RRQ will definitely have to think about here. Because the Jawhead would do great against the Phoveus too. That's another good pick against the Phoveus.
Looks like they have the countermeasures in place. How many Cuban Missile Crisis can RRQ deal with already since the first game till now? And the second phase, they ban out that glue straight away. Still no thought in mind. Or maybe they just don't mind the Kalia going into EXP if necessary.
There you go. Tigreal banned out.
Yep,
so.
Onyx get rid of the nuke. That's it right there.
Next is Irithel, I think.
Or, honestly, like, ban another Edoc hero. Actually, now that I think about it, all the games, we haven't seen the Badam, by the way.
We have
Badang
game one.
Oh, yeah, game one. But yeah, after that, not much Badam.
So this could be the Badang or the Franco ban if you're just looking at Edoc.
I'm even considering, like, banning out the Cho.
I don't think, I don't think that's too bad as well.
As in, like, don't give RRQ the Cho.
Yeah, I can agree with you on that one. I feel like regardless, Onyx PH is more comfortable in dealing with this because they already have great initiation on their side. Now it's just adding a little bit of extra as their 3 cores have been locked in.
Hylos.
Oh, Hylos. So they don't want a dead lane.
Also, it's kind of like them saying, no way Kurt will be using Kalia in EXP, but, who knows?
I mean, he could just pick up CC and just win the lane, right?
Yeah, true.
But you have to find a way to answer the Eve too. I think RRQ Hoshi's setting up, and they see it clear as day. Hey, Prince is going to play something like a Barca.
Yeah.
Valentina? Question mark? Yes, Selena one more time?
Oh, the Selena will be pretty... Oh, they ban out the Franco.
Double Edoc. They knew
Double
game
Edoc.
2 was lost on Edoc.
Yeah.
All right. So what does this leave for
Cho,
Edoc?
Gatot?
I think the Gatot's got to be the safest choice right now, right? But then you wouldn't have anyone to really lock people down. You need an initiator still, because the Phoveus can't be the one to initiate now. If you had Hylos, then sure. Yeah, probably gonna steal away the Jawhead. That's because they have to.
But they have no peel. They're all in.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hey, if you want to become a champion, man, sometimes got to go all in.
And if they are going to, I'm thinking Irithel, Irithel, then this works, right? You technically don't need to kite back. You just go in together.
Seems like we've got a good idea of what RRQ Hoshi is trying to do. Let's see if Onyx PH has a means to stop it. If not, it feels like they themselves could try and muscle up.
He is so
Selena or Farsa. Farsa is good with range. It's just that after what Susujin has shown with the Joy, it's something that you have to be careful of because plenty of times we've seen the Joy completely destroy the Farsa.
20 more seconds for Onyx to finish off their composition. They have to reveal everything over to RRQ before that last pick comes in place. And we're expecting it to be the Irithel. I don't think that's going to change too much here, though. And They've locked in the Selena and the Swiss Army knifing needed to amp up the team fight.
They're going to punish the all-in from RRQ.
Classic Kirk should be the Irithyll last pick for RRQ unless they want to go, what, Claude again?
I'm thinking Irithyll Claude. Anything other than that, maybe a Bruno, but anything other than that is gonna be surprising.
And what, you're gonna see a 1-1 again?
No way.
Nah, I don't.
There's no way this is a 1-1.
I don't know how 1-1. Maybe against the Kalia, but I don't know about the 1-1.
What?
Oh, 100%.
Only prior played by the Bulletproof, and that's why it's a win. But that's a little loco.
It is a little loco.
That's very loco, SA.
Maybe it's loco enough.
I can see it. Her Purify, her cleanse.
Yeah.
It's gonna get overloaded. You know she's gonna inspire.
There's gonna be so much to deal with here. I feel like Toy's looking at Kesku is like, give me the Kevlar. Give me the Kevlar right now. I can make this happen. LaFell, break down these compositions. What do you see?
I see nothing. Let's throw it over to them.
All right, with that being said, Mirko and as well as Leo, this is your time. Game number 4 underway.
Yeehaw!
Yeehaw is what Ranger Mas said. To me.
In the absence of LaFell's opinion, we'll take our Indonesian brothers.
Yeehaw.
Yeehaws. All right, so again, it's as if the clinic hasn't ended yet. RRQ put an ace on the table, say, how'd you like that 1-1?
I don't know how I like that 1-1, man. I mean, again, hey, game 2, we didn't really like RRQ's draft when they won, so let's just see what this 1-1 has in store for us.
Game 4 in this grand finals. Onyx PH 1 game away from securing match point and the kingdom on the recovery. Let's see how this goes.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a battle for match point for Onyx Philippines. RRQ Hoshi, they got a long way to go here to get that match point, but it will be a step closer if they can equalize against Onyx Philippines. But it's King Kong on Suyo again, forcing out the Purify. Gonna be walking up against Rins. The Queller not used just yet. Good night, Rins. First blood to King Kong.
Oh, and they're not done. Kirk here, looking for a kill, finds it. Served up. Oh, no, that's not Kirk, that's Brusco. I was so fixated on the possibility of a Kalia Kirk, but instead it's Brusco on his almost 100% Kalia. This is something that Coach Kez did not see coming.
Look at the pathing, too, for King Kong. Instantly taking everything in the bottom side jungle. Pull yourself together. Brusco already CC Sutsujin, forcing him out, forcing him to use the electrifying beats. The arrow lands, but he won't be able to utilize it. Just a bit of poke.
Mechanically and literally, that is the longest kind of amount of stun you could get in the game of MLBB. Oh, the onward compromises Dyrant, forces an early flicker.
And the arrow, again the combo, forcing Edoc to flicker out these resources, burnt like it's nothing by Onyx Philippines.
If you open up the MLBB dictionary, you'll see a picture of this lineup when they say chain CC.
You see the basic attack from Kirk, the passive there, getting Edoc electrified quite a bit. Cancel his recall out. Now the purple buff going to be taken. RRQ Hoshi, no, they cannot contest this turtle.
Shades of game 3, Mirko. Onyx PH off the back of the beast, just taking care of business, cleaning up house. Look, even this small rock golem will go to King Kong.
Jin going to be able to get that retreat down, but Brusco, Tsunami Slam into the Abyssal Arrow. Edoc just obliterated there. Rins gets the Purify out, now it's going to electrify. Beats by Sutsujin. RWM lock him down. King Kong still there with a peel of Kirk. No trades available for RRQ. It's Kelra who gets even more value.
Easy money for the gold standard. Toy behind here on EXP. Definitely at least half a bar. Onyx PH up by almost 2,000 gold here, not even 3 minutes in.
Another Abyssal Arrow landing again. It's landing at will now.
Yep, might as well just drop your phone when you get hit from that far away. That's what, 2.5 seconds that you have to sit there. Oh, Friends back to back.
He's gonna be doing it again. Edoc's like, come in, go over, ejector. With Super Friends, we'll lose out on that trade there up against Edoc. Down below though, Sutsujin. Let's get this slam. Down on Sutsujin, has a Tsunami Slam, brings him all the way. Electrify beats, not enough to get him out. King Kong, 2 kills on the board. Domination, Edoc forced to just dodge. He's forced to play a mini game.
He's been playing that minigame for about a minute now,
Oh, my
and Prince
lord.
isn't letting up. Edoc can't even keep his jungler's purple buff in check. That's another case of grab that purple. King Kong is so guilty.
Oh, Rin's able to secure for the team, but it's still a purple buff, not on the hands of Sutsujin.
It went from worse to bad.
Yeah. It's a save, but it isn't really like a win.
You still say sorry.
You still do. Edoc playing this game of dodgeball right now. He's losing. He has dodged a few, I think 2, but the rest of it has just been landing.
His dodgeball and minesweeper for him. Tsunami Slam!
This time unable to get that chain CC down. That's going to be the Earth Shatter coming down. Diver's still able to go in. That's the Assault first over the Brusco with the Eternal Pursuit.
Edoc flickering out of range. Tyrant as well, backing off.
Electrifying beats over to Kirk. That's him still flickering out to safety. Turtle control should be in favor of RRQ, but Toy has left his lane up top.
And that'll leave Kelra with a lot of time alone with that gold shield. And he's chipping away at the main turret. This is a good trade for Onyx PH. A turret for a turtle. 1-1 now the score on these major objectives.
These trades have all just been going in favor of Onyx Philippines. And again, you can see why Super Prince has gone for the season Hunter. He has so much damage on the lethal. Unfortunately, didn't get the last hit there. Sutsujin onward, Earth Shatter. There shouldn't be a kill, but it is just a bit of poke from Kirk to Sutsujin.
Kirk taking care of business, down bottom. That's his responsibility. Elsewhere, though, you see the rest of Onyx PH just converging into these fights. Edoc dodges that arrow. Crystal Void committed by Rins. And we haven't really seen Rins cross the river. They're still playing very conservative. Oh, in comes Tyrant.
Tsunami Slam. Tyrant going to be locked down. Still taken down by Kelra. Edoc there. It's going to be Brusco who's caught in the bad spot. That's a crossbow attack now over to King Kong, who's forced back. But you can see the damage from Kelra. Rhapsody to get another Sky Piercer. Abyssal Arrow dodged away from. But Onyx Philippines are steadily still keeping that lead.
Sutsujin here behind enemy lines. I don't know what he's thinking. I don't know what he's hoping for. He is going for scraps. Look at this. The little bits of green that King Kong are leaving. These arrows are lethal. Super Prince drawing lines. Where RRQ can't cross. Kelra gets Rins.
Oh, an arrow to save Kelra. Super Prince. How do you keep on doing this?
He hasn't really left Mirko. He's hovered around this area to see a heat map for Super Prince's Selena. That would be a beauty, but truth be told, it's pretty simple. He's been standing around this area for so long.
Peeling with a Selena. That's how good he is. He can land his arrows at will, and he can start peeling with his arrow.
He hasn't even used his flicker in a while. He just came off cooldown now. Best believe he's just building up on utility. Look, he just sits in this bush, drops traps here in these vital points, just disincentivizing RQ from even pushing forward. Edoc is playing a very difficult game, and that's an understatement.
Dyron's also struggling here. Every time he walks up, he just gets chain CC'd by the Earth Shatter. Tsunami Slam that brings him so far back that no one from RQ can really help him. Even with the flicker, it's been tough.
Another arrow thrown out by Super Prince here. RQ Hoshi converging onto the turtle. Oh, Tsunami Slam!
Engaging on towards Ida. RWM coming down as well. Brusco going to be taken out now as that's going to be Dyron locked down. Infernal Pursuit to delay the inevitable. Crossbow attack unable to get even a kill on Kirk. Meanwhile, Sutsujin under the turret. That's Kelra taking low. Blade Surge. One last shot. Soul Sever not landing. King Kong wants to go for the chase. One more basic attack. King Kong on a killing spree.
Massive changes on that emblem, allowing King Kong to catch up on foot. Now he's about to get punished. Toy looking to get some beads on him. Oh, again, peeling with Super Prince. He just stood there saying, I dare you, boy, I dare you.
And he takes away the lethal from RRQ Hoshi. They got the turtle. They got the turret. But it's a 4,000 gold lead. The lead is only built up for Onyx Philippines.
8 minutes in. You see the Lord spawning in about a minute and change, lower quarter. There's just so much Onyx is putting on the map without them even being in RRQ's range. For the first time in a while, RRQ is actually looking to pick a fight here, but no, they hear that, they see that, and they conceal themselves too.
Look at these arrows, man. Now it's starting to really hurt. You can see the items, only the enchanted talisman, so he's just been spamming it out. Wait for him to get the glowing wand.
What's he on to? Is that a trunch? He's about to build?
not too sure myself. Udog gonna be stunned again by the Abyssal Arrow. Leo, they can't do anything. They're outranged, and the skill shots just keep landing. These aren't skill shots. These are target abilities for Fritz.
Could have sworn there's a magnet on at least 3 members of RQ Hoshi and a heat-seeking missile that Prince is throwing out. He hasn't left lane.
No.
He's been sitting here. And RQ Hoshi has nothing to do, nothing to show for it. Lord spawning in just 10 more seconds, and the map has turned blue with very little effort from Onyx.
The battle of shoves earlier, it was really just about shoving in for Onyx Philippines. Remember, the more they shove in like that, especially giving all the gold, all the last hits to Kelra, the more bullets he'll have in the next skirmish.
Kelra sitting at 501, already has his Sky Piercer. Best believe he sees anyone soft as Sutsujin, Rins, or Toy. They're popping. Divine Glaive on the Rins now, so he should be dealing a little extra damage. The stun on the Edok. It's already difficult playing a Jawhead defensively, but the way Prince is keeping tabs on all the members of RQ, amazing. The dance has begun.
That Letho might have just saved Toy from using the Purify Tyrant with the flicker forward, unable to find anyone. RWM used up already. That's an ejector over towards Kirk. Change CC. Oh my lord, Kirk stays alive. Toy because Tsunami Slam. Kelra gets the shot.
Tyrant deep in, serves Kelra up the double, and Superfist looking for targets in the back as King Kong secures the Lord.
Domination from Onyx Philippines. Kelra again gets a triple as he dives in between the turrets.
I could swear to God, Kelra was born to play MLBB, and he's blessing all of us in Tennis Indoor Senayan with a performance of a lifetime. Onyx PH are up now by about 7,000 gold and are marching through mid. Lord down bottom, Sutsujin making the most of the absence up top.
What do you do if you're RRQ now? It's not the standard composition that we would expect for RRQ. With a 1-1 here, clearing gets tough.
Pre-game, we talked about how, hey, if they were ahead and they were pushing forward, this would be good. If they were winning, if they were actually putting out firepower, it would be workable. They can win, but not like this.
Kirk. Primal Wrath used out. They're going to be looking for the siege there. Abyssal Arrow lands on the man who can initiate. And just like that, they've neutralized another arrow. Super Prince is doing everything for the team. Another arrow goes in, lands on Sutsujin.
Mirko, it looks like Super Prince is in that movie you wanted. He's curving these arrows. How is he hitting them from that far?
Onyx Philippines will continue the siege. No lord, no problem. Edok looking for the conceal. Another arrow lands, and it stops them in his tracks. Super Prince, the only way to stop him is to kill him.
Not even a shutdown, but Sutsujin happy with what we walked away with. Kirk gets Toy onto him.
Uh-oh, Brusco walked in. Will be caught in the bad spot now. Crossbow tank ready, will be used. Brusco taken down. 2 kills back to RRQ after the crazy oppression that we saw inside of their base.
Finally, the kingdom can cross the river. Finally, the kingdom can breathe fresh air and get resources that they've oh so longed for. They're closing the gap, yes, but it's but a speck in the interstellar gap between them and Onyx PH right now. You're looking at a 5,000, 6,000 gold lead still Onyx has. And look, when the fight actually starts, when Onyx says it's go time, RRQ better be ready. Kirk looking for a target. Kelra pushing up forward. This could start with Prince, it could start with Brusco. There's an arrow!
Oh, they're going to try to go for the initiation into the back. Brusco. Earthshatter flicker from Kirk. That's an RWM coming down as well. Time going to be taken down by the Sky Piercer. Kirk taken out. That's a crossbow tank over to Brusco now. But look at him, he's too tanky. That's going to be the win of nature. Toy still able to cut away now up against King Kong. So Sever!
And back line still standing. Sutsujin looking to shred through King Kong and Kelra. Not going to happen. Kelra blasts Prince.
4-4-2. In game 4, ladies and gentlemen, Onyx Philippines are looking for the base turret. Sutsujin still alive, the mercenary, keeping the base turret from being taken. But the gold lead and the Lord will be all Onyx Philippines.
Unless Sutsujin has something to say about it. Looking to burst down Kelra. Not gonna happen. Kelra looking to punish. Yes, the
mercenary.
Too accurate. Another shot to reveal Tyron and Edok's schemes to steal the Lord, but it will not happen. Onyx Philippines, 18-7, 13 minutes in. 7,000 to 8,000 gold lead now building up for them.
Looking at where a majority of the gold is, you can see it's all on Kelra. 4,000 between him and Toy. And here's what's sad, here's what's scary. It's not like Toy's having a bad game. Toy's actually taking to the skies more than I thought he would. He's been proccing Crossbow of Tang more often and popping your Inspire more than he should, but not against Onyx like this. Tsunami Slam!
RWM, but it is not enough to throw them back. Edok is down. Another Abyssal Arrow zones him in the back as King Kong goes for the Soul Sever to clear. Kirk with the Earth Shatter. No flicker just yet. RQ Hoshi looking to defend. They will be able to, but at what cost? 2 base turrets.
One last up top, the final bastion for RRQ's base. The only thing they're holding on to before it's game over, before it's just a base standing. Kirk already popped the Primal Wrath, blasted him. Where's the engagement gonna come from? Could be from any angle at this point. Flickers on Brusco, flickers on Kirk!
Sutsujin taken out by the Soul Sever. King Kong goes for the Queller now as Darren walks up, goes for the infinite pursuit, but will be disintegrated before he can do anything! King Kong gets the assassination! A triple for King Kong!
The Super Fam are at match point! Onyx PH goes to 3 against Kingdoms 1.
What a game this is. 3-1, the momentum is built for the Super Family, and the Sonics in the arena can feel the energy. You can see no smiles on their faces, but those daps are full of weight. You can tell that they are so close to the kill shot.
Looking at the faces of all 10 players, hyper focus. Winning or losing, the facial expression is the same, but I gotta say, man, in that kind of game, Super Friends on that Selena, it messes you up, man.
When even the Kingdom is smiling after a loss, you know that was a performance of a lifetime.
Yeah, it's real. I mean, this is one of those games that even though you lose, you would gain more fans, which is weird to say considering how much fans RQ already has.
I mean, I have to admit, considering that Super Friends literally harassed Rins, did him so dirty, even though it looked like a good engage.
You know what's worse? It's not just Rins. Rins and Edo at the same time.
One after the other. I mean, OP has crafted an incredibly good poke composition with ways to even pick the fights off to turn into a 4v5 very fast, whether it's putting your HP low or Tsunami Slam combo.
I don't know. The only way I can really describe how Super Friends played the Selena, it was very haram. That was very oppressive. Like if
oh man.
Personally for me, I would say, dude, you're my player. I love that, but that was not okay. That was too dirty.
He needs to get a talking to after.
Exactly.
Where'd you learn how to do that? Not in the boot camp. Not under my watch.
We gotta get King Kong off of Suyo though at any cost. At this point, they have to. This is too much. The man's too good at video games.
The problem is like whenever you feel like you want to target one person, someone is let through. And in this game, it was Super Friends, Brusco, and Kirk. Kirk,
it was everyone.
It was everyone. Like, it's been 4 games, and I'm pretty sure Cascade is like, yes, I know we can't let them have those heroes, but what are the alternatives?
There's only so many bans.
Exactly.
Oh man,
it's too true.
5 is too little.
5 is way too little against this team right now, and we're starting to see the holes in RRQ's play where it's so, yes, we don't mind you having the Suyo, but it's clear that even in the mid lane we're getting problems because we don't have access to the Selena. We don't have access to so much when you're targeting the right people. It's just the way the meta is right now. And I think that, at the very least for Onyx PH, they're going to continue to take advantage of this team.
Let me just say, at this point, I wouldn't even be surprised if they can make a Valier work.
A Valier?
I don't know about that one.
I don't know about that.
Fritz can make a Veil work, not a Valier.
Yeah.
I'll take the Veil over the Valier any day, honestly. But
it's close, right? Veil, Valier?
Yeah, it's kind of close. Both with the V. Inevitably,
both are mages.
Onyx PH, with this composition, just poking their opponents out, they didn't really have to interact with RRQ.
Oh my god, 1,025 gold per minute. Best player in the world. How do you deal with this?
Dude, it almost seems like, game 1, it was like, I'm warming up, guys. Calm down. Game 2, and then game 3, we saw that play, and now he's like, yeah, I'm warmed up.
It's crazy that his inspiring and discouraging at the same time.
And scary.
Like, he makes you want to be him, but at the same time,
you can't.
You don't want to face up against him, man.
There's a reason why he's a Triple Crown champion. No one in the history of this esport has done that.
Finals MVP in multiple different tournaments.
In all the
finals he's been in.
Yeah.
And he's also been in a music video as well. Either way, no matter how we look at it, there are just too many problems that Onic PH pose against RRQ Hoshi. And when everything seems to be like going so well, look at this adaptation right here. Sutsujin couldn't figure out who his priority target was. Was it Kelra? Was it King Kong? They've even adapted that.
And both were bad choices.
Exactly.
Let me just say, if Onic Philippines was a math problem, everyone would fail.
This is AdMats at its finest. It is a subject designed for you to fail at. Look at that, look at that. They're getting Brusco, finally we see a smile across his face. He knows that game it was done so well.
And here I thought it was personal for Brusco.
Yeah.
This being his former team. No,
it was King Kong.
It was King Kong. Was that Kelra? I was like, yeah. I love you.
When the brothers are, taking that anger for you, and he's just like, I don't have to say anything now.
My team is gonna do it for me.
Thanks for the paycheck. Walks away. Bro, 3-1 the current scoreline. Match point with high momentum. It's hard not to feel good after a game like that.
What's the Kingdom to do now? Even the guy who was so Kingdom, he was like,
he's like, oh man, I mean, like, I'm Kingdom, but damn, y'all, that's crazy.
I don't want to be.
Wait for them to get old. I don't know.
Wait for them to
retire.
Wait for them to be past their prime.
Yeah,
I think at this point,
then,
you gotta pull a Manny Pacquiao, like Floyd Mayweather to Manny Pacquiao. Wait for his prime to be over, then you fight him.
Dude, Kelra has been in his prime for 4 years now.
Hey.
Oh, he has had a dip, or his team has had a dip.
Maybe on the 6th year, maybe on the 7th year.
Patience.
You gotta have hope.
Patience.
You gotta hope that all the 4 members
eventually
go and slump in their performance, right? Because hoping Kelra is gonna slump individually is a no-no.
I don't know, but it feels like punishments are inevitable unless the Kingdom is able to bring it back.
Gideon.
I'm honestly.
You want to remind them real quick what your punishment is if RQ
I have
loses?
to wear a maid outfit.
You're so King. You took it all the way.
Yup, I'm so King to put it on a shirt. Give me and Leo part of the revenue, and we'll take like 2% of all the sales.
Mr. AP. Mr. AP.
Yo, LaFell, what is this? This is 2025? No curse?
No curse, LaFell?
I've been right a few times this.
That's true.
Whenever I'm predicting correctly.
In your career,
Not
yes.
50-0.
Yeah, not the 50-0,
Not
the
Megatron,
7-4.
not 4-7, yeah.
Yeah.
Right. All right, look, with that being said, match point achieved by the Super Fam. We are going to go on a short break as adaptations must be made. Dear Lord, King to bring it all the way to 7 games. That's what we're hoping for here at the SPS Mobile Masters. We'll catch you back right after this break.
Smash their phone? I don't know.
I hope.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Waktu yang bergulir takkan kembali tertawa menangis. Jangan lupakan hari ini. Ingatkah pertama kita bertemu, membicarakan
The momentum is with the Super family. Nothing seems to break them. Nothing can stop that connection, and their adaptations have been pitch perfect. RRQ, the Kingdom, they tried to expand the borders, but it seems like they have bitten more than they could chew right now with a 3-1 scoreline. Onyx PH at match point.
40,000 is not that bad.
40,000 is not bad. What would you do with 40,000 US dollars?
Oh, man.
Second wife.
Whoa. Pray that I had 80,000. I'll just start burning. It's just like, could have been 80.
Could have been 80?
Could have been 80.
Wow.
Could have been 80.
You should be more grateful.
You should be more grateful.
40,000 is a lot.
I'm
40 is
glass
a
half
lot.
empty, man. I'm glass half empty.
Your glass not even there at this point.
This is just get the glass,
I feel
pour
like-
liquid on the floor.
Get a bottle.
Get a bottle.
It will not spill. It will not spill. It will not spill.
40,000 US dollars is $1 million in some of our currencies.
Anything is $1 million in my currency, man.
It's $1 billion in your currency.
Is it actually?
No,
He'll do the
not
math.
yet, not yet, not yet.
What? Getting
No,
close?
It's not $1 billion.
Darn it.
80,000 is $1 billion.
80,000 would have been $1 billion.
But
Dear Lord, you can see it. Everybody in the arena is expecting something to happen here. We don't know what. We're hoping that we see the next elevation of the Kingdom to really challenge this tight grasp on the championship globally in MLBB esports.
Is it just me, or is the mercenary looking pretty deflated?
maybe he's like, I hope they forget to ban Lucas.
I hope.
Just one game.
No.
Even if we lose, just give me one game.
They gotta hope on the Suyo ban, right? They gotta ban it themselves. They're on blue this time. Maybe if they want to pick it up though. Lucas gets banned out.
Already got broken, by the way. The whole
Right.
red side wins. Like it's
Yep.
over. Like it doesn't matter anymore.
I was colorblind, so I didn't know anyways.
The only way that they do
When I
it,
say I still am, but you know.
At the moment, at the time.
Yeah.
Gideon, you were saying.
I'm saying that RQ, if they're able to break Blue's side themselves, we might have a series on our hands. But right now, the momentum is just too high. You can see that even the audience, all the energy deflated after that composition.
Except for
why
this kid.
not? Well, except for this kid.
Yeah, this kid's still having fun.
This kid's a Sonic.
That's true.
Harith, follow-up ban from Onyx PH,
That's right.
and we do see finally the Kalia as well as Loyi from RRQ Hoshi.
The Kalia was pretty nasty.
They even, it's like, how could we have let that through?
Shouldn't have happened.
Maybe they're like, would we rather go up against a Kalia or a Jahe? And they're like, maybe Kalia's not that bad. Proceeds to be like, okay, you know what? Nah.
Let's never listen to that ever.
Oh boy. The first phase of the bans are coming to an end. And I don't know. It's tough to say whether it's going one way or another. And it's not even giving too much information of what they actually want to play in the first place. But it really just boils down, does Onyx PH even care about Blue Yo at this point? Because the trade-off is making sure that their top player right now, Kelra, is going to get his favorite pick. Oh.
Joybat, it has to be a Suyo.
They have to go Suyo.
It has to go
Open.
Suyo.
Or they're forced to another Hayabusa,
Oh, wait,
right?
Jushin, okay, never mind. Suyo, but it has to be Jushin, Granger, and then RRQ Hoshi is going to pick up.
Suffering.
Seriously, Rins cannot use the Selena.
Lantern's light.
We haven't seen it. I mean, maybe he'll play it, but we've never seen it. It's a gimmick pick for them. Like Onyx Philippines, they've been experimenting on the Selena for so much that now it's no longer a gimmick.
Yeah.
But for RRQ, it will literally be gimmick if they use it.
You know what? Came time they just relied on old reliable. Just go back to their comfort. Just pick Sicilian.
Dude, just go Iritha on the first phase. Like,
We've been calling it so long. We've been calling it all series.
Thank you.
Finally. We do
Thank
see
you.
the Irithel come through, as well as the Sicilian. It looks like they're going pound for pound in this draft.
So, Onyx is Hayabusa or Hanzo here?
It's got to be, right? It's got to be the double pick.
Ooh, we haven't seen Hanzo in a hot minute.
Yeah, the last time he used it was against Falcons, and it did look pretty good shutting down that mid. But if you just want, something simple, then I guess a Hayabusa.
I don't know, it might just be that POI that they don't want to give RQ Hoshi. They don't want to say, hey, you get to predetermine where we're going to fight.
Yeah, so again, I feel like the options is here. So far, we have seen good success where you just pick up King Kong's here early. Don't risk it getting banned.
Yep.
Again, Hanzo, Hayabusa, either or is going to work very well against RQ Hoshi. So now I feel like we got to think about what RQ Hoshi needs to get here.
Yeah, stand in my way.
Yeah, Hanzo.
All right. All right, so they don't want to give the identity of we're going to be around our purple buff at some time in the game. We don't want you to be able to force fights on us. Worst comes to worst. And now since we've gone pound for pound, the same roles can be pinched in this second phase.
Literally, Rome and XP and Onyx PH take out Edoc's game changer. Like, this is the reason why there's one on the board for RRQ.
Gato Kacha is good against the Hanzo, so I want to see if RRQ Hoshi wants to go for that route. And again, Gato is a pretty good hero. We just haven't seen him a lot. Badang's amazing here. We haven't seen him a lot, but it is mostly because Edoc just been circling these two heroes. So
I think both of which are fine. Personally, for me, I think the Badang might do a little bit more in all scenarios compared. Unfortunately, compared to the Gato Kacha, especially when Jushin is on the other side.
And it's a great combo with Sicilian. Like, there's so much easy to access CC.
it's just that any kind of frontliner kind of bows down to Jushin. Though, to be fair, even I would bow down to Jushin.
You and me both. But it's just a matter of, again, what you're willing to work with. It's the lesser evil.
Yeah.
Yeah. Gotta kiss her feet every once in a while, right? Gotta pay your dues, pay your debts.
In-game.
In-game.
Majority of the time, because I'm a roamer, I kind of don't have a choice.
I get you. I feel you, brother, man.
Yeah.
I'm a
EXP, right?
EXP.
Yeah.
I'm basically a second roamer anyways.
Exactly.
There we go. The Jawhead does come through for Onyx PH as that ban. They don't want the Suyo to accelerate in that farm to look for those big punishes.
What do you ban right now for RRQ, right? I mean, you've already banned the Hilda. Glue has been the ban that they went, right? They've been going
Although
for
it has been the worst hero
It literally
so far.
has been the worst hero in Mobile Masters.
I would say that the Glue, I still don't mind it here. Both sides have shown off mid laners as well. It's more favored for Onyx PH because they do have access to Jushin, but other than that, you have no farmers to counteract.
I will say though, for RRQ, they need a Badang, I feel. You know, like if Edoc can't be the playmaker, it's fine. Put Dyron on the playmaker. But we've just been seeing Edoc place on uncomfortable picks and then Dyron playing on the Phobius. Usually the Phobius works out because Edoc is able to initiate alone. Cho will be final ban, again respecting Brusco. Instant Gato.
When I say Gato, it was better for RRQ, but now Onyx just takes it away.
Yeah, they know. That's exactly why they stole it.
Yeah.
Now, we were hoping for Badang for the side of RRQ Hoshi. They must finish off their composition. I'm thinking that arguably even a Franco isn't too bad. Not so much against the Hanzo, but just to kind of threaten the positions of everybody else, if not get some kind of information here. Let's see how RRQ is going to go as they've locked in the Badang and Hylos this time.
So far, a lot that we asked for, they're giving us, and this does feel like the aura. It's go big or go home.
Yep. Yeah.
No more experimentation at this point. And the CC gets locked. You kind of have to put the Hylos in Rome,
now,
but then it's just gonna be Jushin just making this horse feel like a worm.
All right. With that being said, potentially the final composition we'll get to see here today as momentum is high. Let's see whether Kirk can tie up the correct targets in this battle. And RQ Hoshi, they're going to need to scale. They need something to defend them from this early game. Leo, Mirko, I don't know about you guys, but this is match point. Good luck as we head on in to game number 5.
For about 40 days, RRQ Hoshi have stood undefeated, united under one banner with the Kingdom. But here at this very moment, this precipice of history, Onyx PH might serve them up their first loss in quite a long time. Game number 5, this could be it in the grand finals of Mobile Masters. Onyx PH versus RRQ. Mirko, how do you feel about that XP lane matchup? Because that might have been the clincher.
The Badang versus CC is a non-lane, right? The Badang can just say, no, I don't want to fight. What I want to do is clear the wave and rotate over. So if I'm thinking RRQ, this is what I thought was going to be the draft for the first 4 games.
And now, could it have been too late?
Orange buff stolen? Onyx Philippines.
That's just what you do with the Hanzo. The beast has gone in unpunished.
They're playing with the mental of RRQ in this game. They know they've got him, and it's time for them to execute the Kings here in Jakarta. Orange buff taken, King Kong with a lead. Orange buff now purple. He's gonna have a 3 buff lead at the start of the game on a Hanzo. This is a pick that you would expect, Leo, to be online in the mid game. Not here, not now.
It seems like Onyx PH have caught RRQ Hoshi once bitten, twice shy. They are playing out of their back foot, and that's what allowed Onyx to start off this strong without even kills, without even that much of a steal. To be honest, that was a pretty big steal, the orange buff. But now Kirk here standing in the middle of 3, King Kong jumping in.
You can see the damage. The fact that he's already dealing this much damage in the early game on a Hanzo is concerning. Let's take a look at the emblems. Season Hunter, killing spree. It's nothing too crazy.
It's not even because he has thrill.
No. Actually, I think that helps a bit faster, right?
Yeah,
because
it's
you
just
hit
chunking away, chunking away. Yeah, chunking away. The snow snatch. All right. So Onyx PH, just because of the sheer bravado they started the game off with, have a small lead. About 200, 300 gold here and there. RQ Hoshi, how do they respond?
Well, technically for the Suyo, even if you're down a level, you're still really good early, right? I still think you're still better than the Hanzo early. It's just up to them whether they are ready for the skirmish. Dyron walking up, already getting chunked by Kirk again with a curtain call. The two chunky boys have been dealt with. RQ have to concede this. Hanzo gets the first turtle, Leo.
This is respect that RQ is showing to Onyx PH, but it might be respect that actually hurts them more than helps. But to be fair, they are working up towards a late game spike. You want Toy to get items, you want Riz to get items, and so far, Onyx PH haven't done anything to threaten that exactly.
I don't even know if they can kill Kirk up top with Vengeance here. They'll be able to CC him a bit, but the Vengeance gets used up. Kirk in a 2v1 situation up top. First blood to Sutsujin. RQ find themselves on the board.
Despite that last pick CC being the crux of why we preferred Onyx PH's draft, there's very little you can do in a 2v1, especially early game. 3 minutes in, RQ Hoshi draws first blood. And Onyx PH are looking to course correct, looking to find another big movement in the map besides that early orange steal and that turtle take. Let's talk about that gold lane matchup. Clearly, Toy has to play this carefully. He's outranged and out early aggroed by Kelra.
It's really tough. You can already see that Kelra had to recall earlier. The Irithel is a good pick against the Granger. We've been saying this, we have been seeing this too. And I think Onyx Philippines would have loved to go for Irithel had they been given the Granger matchup, if the Moskov was banned out, right? It's just they would like to have more side control a lot of times. That's why they go for the Moskov. But Super Prince is going to go for the Crimson Beacon, giving King Kong space to invade the jungle again. Look at Prince, so aggressive, and there's no one to punish him. He's gonna get out, no punishment.
He literally went the scenic route through RRQ's jungle with no one to give him and tell him otherwise. And just like that, Onyx PH are just playing the map. They're just taking, resources away from RRQ, slowing it down. But here's my fear. They're not taking it away from the key players. Sure, they're slowing down Sutsujin, but Toy and Rins. My eyes are on Toy and Rins.
It has to be on Toy and Rins. They've shifted their focus. Early on in the series, we saw a huge emphasis on the mid trio. Now, it has to be the mid lane and the gold lane to carry the game. They're all going to go on to Brusco.
All right, Sanguine Claws relocating, repositioning these three. King Kong securing a small buff, small camp rather. And RQ Hoshi working on this turtle, pushing half health.
Brusco again walking up. You can see Kirk with a curtain call. Edok going for the stun, but will be shredded. Forcing Revitalize coming down as well. Now it's going to be Sanguine Claws locking him down with a pin on the fist crack. That's King Kong on Edok. Soul Snatch taking Edok down.
Kirk falls as well. A trade 1-for-1. AOG into the back line. Defensively used. Brusco backing out.
Retreat battle. They won't go for it just yet. King Kong 2 levels ahead. Sanguine Claw. Brusco taking out Retri though. Sutsujin wins it with a Soul Sever despite being 2 levels down on King Kong.
Say what you will about the level and the potency of the Retribution, but outraged King Kong was. He had a ghost, yes, but all of RQ Hoshi were using their bodies to block the beast from scoring that major objective early on, so that puts RQ Hoshi up about 300 gold. What is Sutsujin doing this deep? What?
Uh-oh. On the match spot, Soul Sever away! He actually does get away. It's a tendency for Sutsujin to be overextended sometimes, especially when he gets a better trade. But now, is he really going to wait and stay in that bush? King Kong's going for the steal, will be able to do so. And Sutsujin will just take control back of his purple buff.
And as you said, Mirko, Toy is out laning Kelra down bottom. Push them back already. Take down that tier 1 in the gold lane. And Kelra has to find farm elsewhere. This is pretty clever for RQ Hoshi. Again, be a distraction elsewhere and then pressure Kelra. Oh, that's it for Brusco.
Yeah, he's going to be taken down there. Walking up a bit too aggressively, and Rins is starting to stack up now. Leo, Araki Hoshi are winning it out despite the early slump with the steals, with Sutsujin being behind. They have fully come back, but King Kong still scaling. That's the big issue now.
He is scaling, but he hasn't done anything to, you know, deal permanent damage to RRQ's morale, nor their resources, nor their lives, actually. There's only been one kill, and that kill is on King Kong over through the Edok, which is a calculated risk that RRQ Hoshi are taking. Now King Kong coming through. Just a ghost.
Yeah. No damage too. He gets sent back to his real body. Sutsujin forcing the Crimson Beacon. Super Prince and Kelra both do not have Purify, and I think that's, again, another reason why they have to just be so careful. You saw the instant Crimson Beacon as you saw the Blade Surge.
Yep, this is, we reckon, uncomfortably slow for Onyx PH. And Onyx are doing their best to play through it. RRQ Hoshi, this is to their tempo right now as they hold onto the turtle.
King Kong on it again. Sutsujin needs to be clinical here. That's King Kong with a steal. Good CC displacement on Sutsujin. Brusco with the AOG. Caught in the bad spot. Super Prince with the flicker out. Clean take and steal from Onyx Philippines as the minions deal with the turret down below.
Well synchronized actions across the map for the Super Fam, while the Kingdom struggle to find that next move. Another step forward, Dyra with a flicker.
Fist Crack Blade Surge. Now the Fist Crack comes in. Kirk soul severed. Assassinated with a gank by Tyrant.
Replay of a kill from about 3 minutes ago. The first blood drawn by the Mercenary. Elsewhere, though, in mid, look at this. Fight waiting to happen.
Taunt, locking them down. Rin's caught in the bad spot, forced to flicker out. Kelra, looking for the kill, gets the Sky Piercer. Toy with a heavy crossbow, looking to go in one more time. Gets caught in the Rhapsody. Super Prince low, still wanting to go in. King Kong, caught in the Sanguine Claws, though, able to go over to Tyrant now, who will be locked down. Soul Snatch, that's Tyrant surviving. Now with the Fist Crack too. That's Sutsujin on Brusco, dealing the damage with the Soul Sever, but no CC to cancel the AOG.
Defensively used to allow Brusco to disengage. Onyx PH catching their breath. That fight, though, did last a little longer than they were expecting. Onyx PH down again, about 500 gold. Again, marginal losses. These two teams are losing for possible strides forward. Looking at the gold here, a good chunk of it is on Rins and on Sutsujin. Sutsujin's been taking names, dropping bodies left and right, and by bodies I mean a lot of camps. He has been farming a little better than King Kong. Is this King Kong looking for fights too soon? He's not farming up as much as we're used to.
He's trying to, really, but unfortunately, they also have to give resources over to the Granger. So it's like it's a battle within themselves right now where Kelra wants farm, King Kong wants farm. So it's Kelra with the waves, King Kong forced to just stay in his own jungle for the most part.
Yep, and that's the problem with this kind of lineup. Usually when King Kong is on his Suyo, he's able to cross over, steal greens away from his opponents. Here, again, they're not as ahead as they would like.
No.
So he's forced to take his own greens, leave the lanes to, again, Kelra, and then try to get kills. He's yet to find that perfect mix. Oh no, Brusco's out of breath here.
Oh, they're gonna cancel it. Fist Crack too. Brusco taken out before the fight. Rin's caught in the back spot. Crimson Beacon forcing a bad feast. Kirk jumping in. Glorious Pathway already. King Kong gonna be stunned by Tyrant as he pins them down, but he's still on the Lord. Still ready to win for Sutsujin. Rins gets the shot with a bad impact.
Free kills for RRQ. Free Lord as well. The Kingdom are back in action. This is their game to lose. As we speak, 10 minutes in, up by about 2,000 gold. Onyx PH just can't catch a break.
They cannot. RRQ Hoshi, that early slump, I thought would hurt them bad, but again, the composure of Sutsujin in the jungle, the composure of the rest of the team to just make it back up, knowing they still have Rins, they have Toy, they have these beacons who can carry them in the mid game, late game as well, to be fair.
And Edok is costing Onyx too much time. Sure, they'll kill him, but it takes too much out of the Super Fam. Oh, down he goes.
Rins gets a kill. That's a kill back, and it's onto the mid lane. Toy in 1v1 against Kelra, gets a solo. Well, a bit of help from Edok, but it was prior.
And now the whole map is collapsing onto itself as Onyx PH can't even respond to the Lord. A shutdown by King Kong on a Rins.
That's King Kong. It's always the case. You deal with 1K, there's another. There's another right there. They'll get a charge with this Lord. No, they won't. it'll get splashed by the Holy Defense. Onyx Philippines keep their base intact. No turrets to be taken. King Kong looking to try to go for something here, but he knows it's a bit too risky.
Better late than never is a mantra that both of these teams live by, and as long as you have a little bit of fight left in you, it's not over till it's over. Sutsujin here securing a Queen's Wings, so this shows that he's ready to fight in the paint. He's ready to dig deep and force responses out of Onyx PH. If it's gonna cost him limb and life, then so be it. He's up by 2,000 gold. He can afford it. Nobody from Onyx PH is actually threatening him. Last time, the last time they fought, it was Kirk, but Kirk is sitting at 0-5-1 right now. He's far from being a threat.
King Kong walks up again, but this time it's only onto Edok. Glorious Pathway is used. Toy damage, my lord! That was 2 basic attacks on Prince. A quarter he's left with.
Onyx PH.
Oh
no! That's what I said about Kirk!
Walks up to his demise. King Kong walks up as well, loses all of his HP. 0-6-1 now, Kirk on the CC.
Onyx PH on that high ground defense. 5 members of RQ circling like sharks around this inhibitor.
Toy with a heavy crossbow already in there. That's going to be the siege coming down as the base turret will fall. Take it slowly but surely. Tyrant going to be falling as well. Edok on the bad spot. Another Sky Piercer to Kelra. If all else fails, you have this man to still perform.
The gold standard holding strong for Onyx Philippines, pushing back, stopping the almost imminent push on that base. Taking out Dyer and taking out Edok. Lord spawning lower quarter. Onyx PH, they're not out of the woods just yet. RQ Hoshi still a 3,000 gold strong lead. Oh.
Toy in a 1v1. Kelra did buy the win of nature earlier. Now with the heavy crossbow and the sprint. Toy looking for the kill. And it ends up being both of them having to back away. Brusco, though, cutting the corners over to look for the kill. Meanwhile, Kirk and Super Friends dealing with Sutsujin as he's forced to use the Blade Surge to blink away. That's the Lord in control of Onyx Philippines. That's the pin down. Sutsujin with the red tree. It's King Kong.
Takes it. And that's it. Onyx PH are happy with this, but no.
Toy.
Edok wants to keep him hostage.
Gets the flank down, gets the kill. Brusco going to be taken out as well by Rins. Lord for 3 members. But Kelra is still alive. The raid boss of Onyx Philippines.
Mind you, it was a shutdown trade though, Mirko. It was Sutsujin they took out. And Kelra's building up stacks on his Sky Piercer. So this should be quite the coin flip defense that RQ Hoshi have to deal with. Look at that graph.
The gold graph. The gold has been dipping quite a bit. Again, there's been 1v1s attempted, but you can see the read from Kelra too. Just prior to that 1v1 forced by Toy, it was a wind of nature that he had just built up. Got the position to land these shots to force Toy back. And then he was zoned completely away from the Lord. Gave Onyx Philippines a chance again to just walk up. But now Toy has that wind of nature that he needs up against Kelra and King Kong. Technically, Kirk too.
Yep, talking about King Kong, he knows that securing his own purple would be too risky, too much of a liability if ever we got caught. And the rest of Onyx PH are going to try to help him secure that. But nope, decide to just say, we'll catch the next one. Lord spawning, upper quarter, 1.5 minutes away from now. And RQ Hoshi can just take this slow. Like, they have no incentive to rush anything.
Definitely. Oh, so stun, King Kong. Losing a lot of HP, and you can see RRQ instantly moving forward into his jungle to deplete his resources even more. So he's down by 2,000 gold.
They're starving an already famished King Kong. I mean, he's not in fighting shape, but he's working to be a threat.
Dyren picks up the conceal. So if you see the conceal next, it's going to be from Dyren, folks.
All right. It looks like RQ Hoshi are setting up for more ways to initiate. It's as if they didn't have enough priority just yet. This is what that Lord got on it. Again, just another lease on life. Just holding on for longer, hoping that they can take out Rins, hoping they can take out Toy, who, by the way, hasn't died just yet, the ladder. Toy is playing out of his mind. This might be Toy's best performance yet, better than that Claude even.
I agree. That's why I was super weirded out by no Irithels throughout the series. Even in MPL Indonesia up against Onyx ID, his standout performance was the Irithel. Super Prince stepping up a bit too aggressively, gets poked down by the Bad Impact. Does have the Crimson Beacon and the Flicker. Still saves it there, but the purple buff will surely go to the hands of RRQ.
Yep, saves both. Interesting read on the situation, how Prince did not use either. King Kong looking to take his own purple, but nope. No dice.
Yeah, it's Kirk who gets it in the end.
It's from worse to bad again.
From worse to bad, not the best of scenarios. You would like that to be on King Kong, maybe even preferably Super Prince at this point of the game, but it's on Kirk.
Now the Lord has spawned. Upper quarter. Onyx first to the scene. What's RQ thinking? Oh!
That's what they're thinking.
They were kept busy by Frizz. Frizz has to recall now. And Onyx PH are just managing the waves. This short wave and that long wave in mid.
Still going to be a slow push for RRQ. I think the mini wave earlier did quite a bit towards that wave. So RRQ playing with control. Those punches have been a good answer to King Kong. Whenever he looks for a dive, it's always the punch to pull him back.
Dyren here, keep in range on Brusco. In comes Kirk. Lord, quickly secured by RRQ.
Free with the Revitalize too. Dyren still able to escape. Brusco gets the AOG down, but look at the heavy crossbow. Toy over to the back. Kirk falling for the 8th time this game. Edok looking for an angle of attack. They're going to have to manage the waves perfectly. No Kirk, 4v5.
A miserable situation for the Super Fam as the CC pick isn't paying off the way they expected to. And now RRQ Hoshi are at their gates. They're looking to take down the base. At least it's him first.
Fist crack to the back. Brusco looking for the top. Will be able to find him now. King Kong going as well. Toy still able to go with the heavy crossbows. King Kong deals with Rins. That's another kill for Sutsujin on Brusco as he runs away. But the Lord has been cleared one more time. Onyx Philippines, hold on.
Not so fast. Onyx PH still in this. And they take down Rins. Dyren 2. Toy still untouched. Could have sworn the game was going to end there, but it looks like Onyx PH are just waiting for RQ to spend their battle spells. That's about a minute and change until Dyren and Rins, despite respawning, won't have those utilities.
I gotta say, Leo, this is a bit of a nitpick, but right as they got the Lord, it spawned instantly. It was unfortunate timing. They got the Lord in the mid lane. All the other RQ members were already dealing with the waves up top to push it in. Sutsujin went back to the purple buff, relieving some pressure away from that mid lane. And I think that was the angle that Onyx Philippines used to just clear it out. But Super Prince is now caught in the bad spot, has the Crimson Beacon, will be able to use it.
Full-on defensive use of Onyx PH's utilities. And Mirko, you're right. Shades of Sutsujin's tendencies from M6. And right now, they need a 2025 Sutsujin. They need the Mercenary to be on point. Brusco here, standing guard, fence brush, spotted by Edok, gets stunned. All right, just making sure that the coast is clear here. About a minute until the Lord spawns, lower quarter. Long lane is looking bad for Onyx, like just 2 basic attacks onto that inhibitor and it's gone.
RQ would certainly want to have gotten that in the team fight prior, but again, Onyx Philippines, Hanzo is online. That's full items on King Kong already. You saw just how fast he was able to deal with Rins as he got to melee range. As long as you're able to gap close, I think 3 basic attacks is enough, and then you're going to... Curtain call used up. King Kong going over to Dyren. He's gonna caught. Ooh, that assassination! That damage, I mentioned it, and instantly we see it. That wasn't even on Rins, that was Dyren.
Free pickoff, didn't even give the Kingdom's XP laner a chance to use the flicker. So that's about 30 seconds more that RQ Hoshi are a man down. I don't know if they'll make it in time for the Lord, because it looks like Onyx suddenly having second wind. They've crossed the river further than they ever have all game long.
He's gonna have to deal with the waves up top. 20 seconds for Dyren to spawn. I don't think RRQ can fight front to back with one of their frontliners down.
Onyx here, blitzing the Lord. King Kong and Kelra wailing away. Rins here, popped his ult already. King Kong looking for one.
King Kong sent back against Sutsujin, getting the stun down onto Kirk. Damage coming down with a bad impact. Over to Kirk, the Queller as well. Toy looking for the flank as Brusco goes in for the taunt. The mid lane shoving in, and they have managed Onyx Philippines Lord take. Now it's RRQ with the advantage.
There's no way Onyx was gonna fall for that. Toy was setting up for the backdoor end in mid. And RRQ Hoshi are here to claim what's truly theirs. Again, they are still in control. This is still their game to lose. They're up 3,000 gold. Lord here pulled slightly over to the Kingdom's advantage. About half health, soft reset.
How's that wave looking up top? Is it gonna be a slow push? That's worth for, I think it is still an RQ slow push, but We don't know for sure. It could be a built-up wave now as they go over to Rins. No flicker for Rins. A sundown. No, it's the Soul Snatch that comes in first. Toy up against Brusco. Rins is down. They need a trade. And Sutsujin finds Super Prince.
Prince for Rins. Mid laners absent for this fight. Lord still standing. Onyx PH going toe-to-toe against the Kingdom, who has been colossal all throughout game number 5. No dice for this Lord take.
1 for 1. 21 minutes in. There is no blitz. For both these teams, it's a slow take. This is the evolved Lord. Kirk, curtain call. Walking up, trying to poke them down as much as possible to regain control over the neutral objective. But again, there is no blitz.
It looks like there isn't. But Onyx PH are still wailing away at the Lord. Dyron and Edok spot the shenanigans. Sutsujin wailing away, forcing the vengeance from Kirk.
Kirk going way too aggressively. Sutsujin doesn't go for it. He taps it, I think. Goes back to the base. Edok onto the back spot. Toy going in all the way to the base. Will he be able to end the game? King Kong taken low. Sutsujin gunned down by Kelra. Has the immortality. Sutsujin there. Does he get it with a crown by King Kong? And with Kelra, they're able to prevail. That's again Kelra. Grow with a flicker forward.
Rins hoping to God he can steal, but Kelra secures. Rins is gonna fall here without taking down Kelra first. And the Kingdom are crumbling. Toy left standing, taken down by Friends.
Ladies and gentlemen, Onyx Philippines have wiped the Kingdom out.
Slowly but surely, the Super Fam will make quick work of the map. It's gonna turn red. Lord escorting a huge wave up top. It doesn't even have to get to that point. 23 minutes in and they can just push it down mid.
The rain continues for Onyx Philippines. Thunder beckons their rain one more time. A complete show of dominance.
From the Philippines to Malaysia to China and now in Indonesia, the Super Fam claims their spot at the apex of MLBB esports. They are your first Mobile Masters Champions, Onyx Philippines. Four to 1. That's all it took. 4-1 in this last game went the distance.
What a performance by Onyx Philippines.
I gotta say, man, like watching this game, like even though you kind of know it's bound to happen, but the way they make it happen at this point, I gotta tell you guys, they defy all logic. If they come up to me and they tell me 2 + 2 is 7, I will doubt myself.
What a clutch. What an absolute clutch for this team. A turnaround of the century, but more importantly, just showing why they are the best in the world. The Super Family rejoice.
Wow.
Could have sworn we're going to go another.
I thought so too.
I thought it was going to be a 3-2.
How did Toy was not able to end it?
I would love
like,
to see what
I wish we
there.
could go to the base to see how they defended that.
Based on the minimap, Friends and Brusco came to respond. And that was enough.
Yep. It's surprising that was enough, man. That was irritating, man. Oh my God.
Toy must have gotten spooked. Toy must have gotten spooked.
He had to be. Something had to happen in that last sequence itself, but you saw it on the faces where the winners of defeat. That was the most fun that they've ever had this year. What an epic best of 7 this was. Jeez, well done. Well done for both of these teams. How much bang for buck did every single fan come into the arena get at this moment? As the lights go crazy. Let's give it up for Rose.
Indonesia, Onyx fans from around the world, Super Family. This is your Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Masters 2025 Champion. Give it up for Onyx Philippines. Dan inilah champion dari Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Masters 2025. Sang raja lagi dari Philippines, Onyx Philippines. Amazing, luar biasa. Di grand final kali ini, Rose. Yes, you are right, Monica. That was an intense grand final, especially that match point game. Maybe we could do just a few questions before we celebrate the win. King Kong, we know that was a very intense moment. What was going through your mind? It was a 20+ minute last game. Anong iniisip mo nung nangyayari lahat exact yun? Anything?
Naisip namin nun, lugi kasi kami nun eh. Reset lang ganun. Tapos alam namin malakas yung capability namin na mag-def lang tapos kaya namin paabutin ng late game.
He said that actually they were on the losing side earlier on, that last game. So what they were thinking was just like, you know what guys, we gotta reset. Just defend as much as we can. And once we get that power spike, once we get the items, we'll definitely be able to get something out of the way.
Wow, jadi memang tadi kita melihat ya game terakhir begitu sengit, hampir tertinggal oleh Philippines. Tapi jawaban dari King Kong bahwa mereka melakukan reset memang agak sedikit tertinggal, tapi reset dan kemudian ternyata bisa membalikkan keadaan. Wow, luar biasa. Where we saw gimana Kelra really did an amazing job. Kelra. So, what about facing RRQ Hoshi in the grand final? And anyway, yesterday Brusco said Brusco wants to meet RRQ Hoshi, and now you have met RRQ Hoshi on stage on this grand final. How was it?
Kahapon sabi ni Brusco na gusto daw niya makita ang RRQ Hoshi sa grand finals. So ngayon na nakita na kayo, what is it like going up against RRQ Hoshi sa finals?
Para sa akin yung RRQ sobrang last talaga nila eh. Kasi halos lahat ng game close fight. Kumbaga parang na-outplay lang namin sila sa mga ibang play.
He said that he thinks that RRQ is actually a good team. They were very hard to go up against, and almost all the games they played today, it was a 50-50. The only reason why they actually won is because they managed to outplay RRQ Hoshi in certain angles, and that is what led them to win.
Wow, jadi itu ya jawabannya dari Kelra. Memang menghadapi RRQ Hoshi juga bisa dibilang 50-50 untuk chance kemenangannya, tapi mereka mengapresiasi dengan RRQ Hoshi, tapi akhirnya memang bisa di-outplay dan mereka berhasil memenangkan match kali ini sebagai champion.
Yes, you are right, Monica, and I'm sure the entire indoor tennis Senayan is excited for this moment. So everybody get your phones out. Onyx Philippines, you may now head to the peak and claim your trophy.
Dan silakan Onyx Philippines akan menuju puncak untuk mengambil trofi sebagai the champion of Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Masters 2025.
you have it, your world champions, and now crowned the Mobile Masters. It is Onyx Philippines at the top, at the summit. Every title under the sun has been claimed by this super team. Nobody has come remotely close. RRQ tried and they failed, but I gotta give it to them. They put up one hell of a fight.
I don't know, personally for me, that was the closest I've seen anyone really go, at least internationally, going up against Onyx Philippines. And I am slightly worried if RRQ after this gets even stronger. Because, I don't know, after this, they got to be more motivated, man.
They've got to be. They were so close to trying to even up that score. And who would have thought? And maybe even, who could even think of what that next game would have looked like?
Best case scenario, RRQ learned a lot.
Yeah.
They were served up their first loss in quite a while. And here against the best in the world, they could learn. And they could take that back to MPLID and become even stronger than they were before.
The legacy is this is the only first part of the legacy.
And it's this guy, Gideon, you see on your screen, the guy carrying the trophy.
Making it look
that
like...
was just never in a position where he was behind. Never in a position where, even when the team, Kirk was 0-8 that game, overshadowed by just how good these guys are individually. The people who step up when the others don't.
Kirk crawled so Kelra could fly. He was the front line, so nobody could touch the gold standard.
This is the best player in the world, man. And
of all time, brother.
At this point, like he's the guy to beat.
He's on my MLBB Mount Rushmore.
His face is there, carved in stone. Nobody's going to be able to take that away from him, especially now that he's conquered pretty much every tournament under the sun, especially in the roadmap that the MLBB competitive scene has to offer him. The challenges are only going to get more difficult from this point on. If there wasn't a spotlight already on this team, now everybody from across the world is going to be looking at them as each of these players take their portrait shot with the trophy. And now, hey, keep in mind that the Mobile Masters trophy is a little different this time. It's huge, it's gigantic to show how big of an accolade it is.
I'd reckon it's what, 3 feet tall? About 150 pounds?
I don't know.
It's almost Kelra tall.
I don't know how to calculate feet.
Me neither.
Because 3 feet seems like very short if I'm looking at mine than yours.
It's tough. It is, again, huge for a team like this. Let us have a look at their journey. This is one of the only teams, and I would say almost an unfair advantage, all the way from the Open qualifiers, playing from Challenge Finals down to the Mobile Masters.
And this breaks that pattern that we've been seeing for the longest time. Filipino teams have not done well in single elimination brackets. Onyx Philippines has just crushed that. Dropping, again, another game, just one game. It's still the pattern here. The losers only get one every single time. 3-1s across the board into the grand finals, 4-1.
But isn't this like right now an Onyx Philippines thing? Like, okay, whoever we face against in the grand finals, we give them one. But then overall, we're just going to win it all.
1, to pay respects. 4, to end at 7.
It's a gentleman's sweep, that is.
End at
It's a
7.
gentleman's sweep.
Honestly, end at 7, depending on your time zone.
So they ended at 6 here.
6.
They ended at 6 in Indonesia.
7
for us.
7
for their
PH
home.
Malaysia,
7 for back home.
I'm pretty sure that Hate was in the back. It's like, guys, I already booked the after party. It's at 7. We have to finish before then.
Guys.
Oh, wait.
I gotta say, good news, my prediction is correct. Bad news, I don't want to look left.
Hey, guys.
I feel very uncomfortable.
You have moved. You're not sitting in your seat.
Physically further.
I am revolted. It's good that he kept his word, but I'd rather he didn't.
Look, Mr. AP.
He's honorable, man.
If I have not proven that I am so Kingdom as well, please put it on a shirt. Give me and Leo some gross revenue after every shirt sale here, because this is the price of being so Kingdom right now.
He went full Kingdom.
I went full Kingdom.
I will take 1%, he'll take 2.
Yep.
The thing is, the audience doesn't get the full view.
Oh, do you want the full view?
No.
What'd you say to me, sir? What'd you say to me? That's what I thought.
Sit down.
Get in. Sit down.
Wait. He said he's wearing a mate suit. I didn't know that was the only thing he was gonna wear.
Yeah. Wait. What? What do you mean?
I'm uncomfortable.
It's what you think it means.
It's exactly what you think.
Oh my
No, stop.
Oh, look at these ankles. Look at these ankles. Stop. I'm so cute. Is this how they do it?
Oh. This is pretty haram. Oh
this is
my
the
God.
price of being the kingdom. I paid for citizenship.
Mr.
in
AP.
Social credit.
Mr. AP, you
Mr.
gotta
AP.
help the boy out. You gotta give him like a jersey or
Fuck
something.
AP.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Oh boy. This is
I
pretty
would give him
painful.
a jersey so he doesn't do this again.
Yeah.
Hey, look,
Give
I
him an SRG jersey.
And it's not enough.
No.
I'm gonna tell you right now, it's pretty cold. It's pretty cold in this. It's pretty cold in this studio right
Not
now.
for us.
It's very, very cold. Now the win streak coming in from our champions, Onyx PH. This has been quite the run that we've seen. One that inspires hope for anybody under the banner as a Sonic.
Yep.
Because this could be just the start of many championships under their belt to actually successfully make the Golden Road possible. Some may say it's just a myth.
So far, it still is. But maybe under this banner of Onyx, it's possible. You know what? 2025 has been amazing for Onyx Philippines. They started off by shattering Aurora Gaming, their win streak in MPLPH. So they denied Aurora MLBB the 14. Oh, yeah. So now they decided to do it on the international stage, take pictures while doing it to prove it wasn't a fluke.
They've shattered so many win streaks in the past as well. I mean, it's just so... How are you this good at MLBB in every single role? Again, covering up for each other's weaknesses, the draft as well. Why not? The adaptations able to out-draft Kescue.
You know what? I stand by my theory of what Why Not was going through. Game 3 was like, did he really just give us that much?
Suyo Granger?
For sure.
Juice in?
Really?
He must be
saw
like,
it in his face.
this is obviously a trap, but let's just go with it.
Yeah.
He's looking at Kescue just like, fix your sit, sir.
Still
Fix
not
your sit. He's probably telling him in the back, oh boy, dude, this main outfit is kind of tight.
It looks very tight.
It is very tight.
I have no idea how you fit in that. That is not your size.
I have ripped
That
the
is
back
not your size.
way further than it probably should have gone.
Don't show it.
No. Dude, the rip is further than any man would have imagined it to be. I'm getting a little sweaty, I'm not gonna lie. Look,
How are you cold and sweaty?
Yeah.
It's the leather. it's the leather on the chair, I'll be honest with you.
Oh!
The amount of skin contact that I am making right now, not very good.
ESL needs to throw in his chair.
Hey, ESL needs to give me a raise. If they're not giving me bonus for what I'm doing for their social marketing team, I swear to God.
Hey,
I do this every season.
My punishment is boring. I had a plan.
Your own punishment.
Yeah, and every time I tell them I better get a raise for this, they don't give it to me. Their social team needs to give me some of their budget right now.
I don't want to know what's next.
Honestly, I don't know
man.
how I'm gonna top this one.
He waxed his leg in Jakarta.
I waxed my leg in Jakarta.
What happened next?
Actually, I waxed my legs twice in Jakarta.
Twice in Jakarta.
Get a circumcision? I don't know.
Oh my goodness. I don't know at this point. And then now it's a maid outfit. What was the one previously?
I wore Rose's hair that she cut.
Oh my lord.
yeah,
I remember.
Yeah. Okay.
Is it really worth it?
That was season 5.
I'm a content
Is it
machine.
even worth it?
What was beast? Oh my God. I'm King Kong for content. I'm the King Kong of content.
You're King Content.
And this is
Kelra
your
of
Suyo.
punishment.
This is your Suyo right now. The maid outfit is the Suyo.
Masterpiece.
This is Angela.
You're wearing it like a champ.
it's Nana.
No, it's Nana skin.
Nana, yeah, Nana.
It's
yeah,
Nana skin.
yeah.
It's making me look a lot smaller, even though I'm 6 feet tall.
You're never going to look at none of the same.
I'm never gonna use Nana ever
I'm as
again.
tall as 2 of those Mobile Master trophies. Just stack them on the top of each other. You got me, baby.
I want to go home.
No, you don't get to go home. You get to experience this a little bit longer, big boy.
I would hang out with you guys.
At this point, even I want to go home, bro.
Hey,
Why is this taking so long?
You
Why are
come
we
here
not ending
often,
it yet?
guys?
I'm enjoying this. Onyx 1, bro.
Yeah, Onyx
Super
won.
fam.
I don't have to do push-ups. I'm happy too, but
damn.
God.
Look, let us recap exactly what has happened
we still
here.
have to stay here.
Yes, of course. You gotta enjoy this. You have to suffer as much as I am suffering right now, because as this is happening, guys, if you haven't bought tickets prior to this, you missed out so much in Jakarta, right? Obviously with the eye candy, but clearly with the plays in the stadium and the enjoyment and excitement outside of the stadium. They had jerseys to sell. They had even fun little games. They had an entire carnival on the outside of Senayan. It was a good time. So if you didn't buy your tickets earlier, you missed out. But
I wish I called in sick.
have a look at what was going on around the arena.
Oke, jadi aku suka banget sama acara ini karena ini benar-benar mempertemukan kita pecinta Mobile Legends. Aku bakal suruh orang-orang untuk cobain games-games ini, semuanya seru banget. Terus juga makanan di sini enak-enak semua. Ya dari match-matchnya lah sih, kayak matchnya, terus kayak booth-boothnya juga, mungkin tempatnya juga ya steril gitu lah, pokoknya bagus lah buat event ini. Tapi ya nonton games aja sih.
Ya sambil belajar banyak lah dari yang main.
Kalau menurut saya nih ya, yang bagian tanda tangan.
The difference is like the vibes, you know, like hearing fans cheering up for their teams.
Euforia dalam stepnya sih rame banget, kerasa banget vibes-nya.
Beda karena euforia keseruannya juga beda.
Vibe-nya sih, vibe-nya. Di sini lebih kerasa intensnya sama lebih semangat aja buat ngedukung gitu, kayak teriak-teriak.
I can watch the player like playing in the real game, like they keep shouting to the opponent, something like that. It's very different.
Thank you banget udah ngadain event semewah ini gitu.
Thank you SPS for having this event. I love you guys. Thank you. Thank you saya untuk event ini.
Semoga kedepannya lebih wah lagi deh kedepannya. Mantap pokoknya SPS.
Thank you guys.
Ya SPS, terima kasih udah adain event sekeren ini.
I will come and I will wait. Pasti saya akan kesini lagi. Pastinya pasti karena seru.
Of course, kalau di Indonesia pasti datang lagi.
You heard the fans in the live audience. It is a fun time. We are here at your service once more. Oh man, I'm making that so. Oh boy, I should have thought about that a little bit more before.
I've never been this uncomfortable.
Two on the nose. Two on the nose. Boys, it has been an amazing time here at SBS. Do you have any final words before we close out the show?
Don't dress like a maid. Thank you very much. See you next time.
Bigatron are still undefeated against. Oh wait, no, they're not. Never mind.
It's okay.
PH on top, baby.
PH on top. Ah, man, it sucks to be so Kingdom right now, but so good at the same time. With that being said, shout outs to our other casters who are watching in the back. On behalf of Eterna and as well as Husky and myself, Gideon Q, thank you so much for watching the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Masters. We're closing it here today. Thank you and goodbye.
To be the best, and I say that with my chest.
Looking for one last best and one.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Survive.